What's the oh, fuck, I fucked it up already. Oh, mon Dieu. My head's all over the place. What's the crack? It's your boy Teriyaki. Back at it again for a little chat and chill. And if you want to open the panel, it's $50. We got the goal on screen. It counts for everything. Even if you do the Ko-Fi, we can add that on as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we're getting into heroics. And holy shit, do they attack for a lot of fucking damage. I can tell you that for a fact. It is... I'm not even sure brutal is the correct word, but we're going to be dying a lot, essentially. So... Wait, what? Oh my fucking god. Wait, did that motherfucker not say to me... Okay, so we just basically wasted our fucking time. Unbelievable, Jeff. Unbelievable. But like I was saying, the heroics, I literally just done a slave pen. So like we got like 3 out of the 15 badges that we need. But it is what it is. It is what it is. Fuck it. We'll do it live, as they say. 1 sec, let me check. Is there not... Oh, fuck it. We'll get a thing. You should have more time to Super Chico. We won't have anyone for a while. Maybe wait. Just that one. That's actually a good idea, William. Because I'm probably going to have to, like, it's not going to be just a set 6 hours today. Because like I said, I need these 15 badges. Otherwise, I'm not. Well, I'll be doing my raid at a service if I don't have this, because I need to get a relic, essentially. Welcome in, Jack. Welcome in. We're doing heroics, so you're about to watch me die a lot. You know? But hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. I'm focusing on the apparently the easiest ones, but I don't know if this like how do we define difficulty when I'm getting like chunked for half health per auto attack kind of thing. And that's with 490 defense and like 5% off mitigation cap. Which technically you don't need the mitigation cap because the mobs are the same level as you. But even with the defense cap, like I'm not getting crit, I'm not getting crush and bloat, and they're hitting this hard. We need to increase the armor, but the only way to increase the armor is to get the raid gear, and the only way to get into the raid is with the thing. So it is what it is. But let me yeah, so we haven't set a goal yet. Perfect. But I really like the idea where it's like, no, do 10 2s rather than 5 5s. You know what I mean? Holy fuck, this is... You'll see my health bar. Like, it'll literally be like... Well, you probably won't even see the health bar. It'll just be dead. Teriyaki, you're dead. Essentially. You know what I mean? So... Like, I'm using fucking, like, stone shield pots, like, armor pots and everything. And it's still, like, holy shit. The damage is insane. The answer is also to get a priest healer. None of the tree hugger druid heal for 5 HP a tick bullshit. No, like the druids are good. The druids are really good. I love having a druid, especially as a paladin tank. But to your point, having that shield, that bubble, is it's very nice to say the least. Shanti says, "Cause you suck." Okay, I got my harassment in. I'm heading to bed. Good night, William. Take it easy. Take it easy, Shante. And also to that comment of you suck. Rub you dick. Appreciate you, Shante. Shield is OP, yeah. But the thing is, like, if shit goes south, your priest is going to be put under a lot of pressure. You know what I mean? Whereas with the druid, he's probably putting hots on people at full health anyway, just because he wants the challenge. You know what I mean? So there's that element to it. We don't have a lot of CC, unfortunately. So there's that. We're not in a good place. That's what I'm trying to say. You know what I mean? Nice shot, day. Have a good one. Jack saying nice shot, day. And then Jack saying shield is broken. Yeah, get like the actual name of it, but like the bubble thing they put on you, it just gives you that extra couple of K. Which is decent for the bosses, but I don't think the bosses are going to be the main challenge. Like the main challenge with heroics is the mobs. The mobs just do insane amount of fucking damage. You know what I mean? And like the gear that we get beforehand to get mitigation cap does not have a lot of armor on it, which is why you see like a lot of rings and cloaks and all this kind of shit have like bonus armor on them, not just for the druids, but to help out the likes of the paladin, the warrior to not get fucking one banked. You know what I mean? Power word shield, yeah, power word shields, power word thing. You got these powerful words. You know what I'm saying? These priests. But yeah, fuck me, man. Holy shit, I done a slave pens. Like that's why I was so quiet on the panel. Because like I was like, what the fuck is going on? I thought like play my cards right, build defense, you know what I mean, and focus on the armor and all this kind of shit. Which was the right move, obviously. Like I wouldn't even be able to do the heroic if I just focused on threat. But boys, we're not in a good spot. But like I'm saying like we're not in a good spot as if like we can get to a different spot, but the only thing we can do is just like suffer through the one bangs and dying, all this kind of shit. Oh shit! I forgot to do the other one as well, William. I forgot to do the other one. One sec. So first of all, good day, Shante.
A good day to you.
Alright, Fez.
I said kiss my ass.
I say good day. And we forgot to do the typical intro clip, William.
Let's start the show. 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 Man, we got a damn good show for y'all today, man. Damn good show. I think this is going to be one of the best. We got one hell of a show for y'all today, man. Got a good show. We got a good show for y'all today, man. We got a damn good show. Man, we got a damn good show for y'all, man. Good show. We got a damn good show for y'all today, man. We got a damn good show. A damn good show.
It's a damn good show. You know? We got to start the show up with the proper routine. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, like, trust me, guys, like, you're going to see this shit, and you're just going to be like, what the fuck's going on? And then on top of that, you're going to see, because, like, there was plenty of people who were like, no, don't nerf the raids. Okay, how'd you plan on doing the fucking heroics then? Do you know what I mean? If you want the raids as hard as the heroics, good luck to you. Good fucking luck to you, boys. You know what I mean? But it is what it is. Beggars can't be choosers, as they say. Holy shit, bro. By the way, can you hear the music? Let me know if you can hear the music. I need to check my tailoring as well. I need some fucking gold. Okay, 22 hours, so tomorrow we can do our tailoring thing. Oh, and I'm still... Where am I at with these? Oh my... Not even. But yeah, we're just chilling. We're just chilling, as you say. Well, not to throw smoke, but it also comes down to you being able to cycle damage spike mitigation abilities. Bro, like I was spamming... Like, okay, right. Let me explain, right? I have a macro, right? In the macro, okay? Where is it? I have this, where it basically goes Consecration, Holy Shield, Seal of Wisdom. Then Consecration, Holy Shield, and then it repeats, okay? I'm literally spamming this, meaning every 10 seconds I'm doing Consecration and Holy Shield, and every 20 seconds I'm doing the Seal of Wisdom. Yeah? That means I have 100% uptime on my Holy Shield, and even then I'm still getting absolutely fucking annihilated. You know what I mean? But this is TBC, like, this is what, like, they were saying, like, oh, like, this is the toughest expansion. It's like, yeah, no shit. Because they cranked up the fucking mob values. Because in Classic, it was kind of like the opposite. You know what I mean? The trash was more so a headache because of the different debuffs they put in and all this kind of shit. And then the bosses were pretty, like, straightforward and all this kind of shit. But when you look at TBC, it's like the trash is the fucking boss. You know what I mean? The boss is more so like, okay, your reward for doing all this fucking trash. But we pray. We pray. They say. Yeah, but TBC is awesome. We should have time to play. Yeah, the systems that they put in are pretty good. The only thing is just getting into it, especially as a tank. It's brutal. But once you get, like, you start getting your tier and all this kind of shit, then things start to loosen up, and then you get hit with SSC and TK, and then you're like, what the fuck? And you need your resistance sets, you need your nature and your frost resist. Oh golly, you know. That's why, like, epic flying is just like, yeah, but don't even think about it, bro. You're not gonna get it. You're not that guy. You're not that guy. You're not gonna have your, what is it, 280 speed mount or whatever the fuck flying. But it ain't much, but it's honest work. You know what I mean? But the main thing is I got this shield, which is like an extra 1k armor. It's not a bad bet. But holy shit, bro. Holy shit. Like, once we start getting the epics, I guess, then we can start getting things done, I guess, easier. Well, 10k unbuffed. You know? Needs to be kind of like 12k, I think. That's when heroics start becoming a bit more comfortable. But, like, on the flip side to it, it's like almost like every single group pull is its own little adventure. You know what I mean? But we'll see how this one goes, because Slave Pens was a motherfucker. And yeah, Mo, I have all that sorted. I basically have everything sorted out. I got the carriage human done. Basically have, I think, all the heroics unlocked except for Okudon. But there's no fucking chance I'm doing Mana Tombs heroic. Fuck that shit. Unless I have, like, triple mages to fucking, like, sheep everything on pull. But yeah, no, like, it's technically out. Like, you can get the attunement done and all this kind of shit. But like, you can't enter it yet. I think it's like this week is when it's finally opened up. Oh, the other paladins already got this. Nice, nice. But yeah, I'll be right back. And we back, baby. Man, Kara, good times. You gotta get mount from the first guy. Oh man, 100%. Kara is just, it's a treat to do. And like, especially because like the Kara is significant, it's like noticeably easier in terms of the, compared to the heroics. You know what I mean? Mage are the best class. Arguably true, yeah. You know what I mean? Like just blink. All I have to do is like just mention blinks. Like every 20 seconds you get to dart forward 15 yards and you get out of all stuns. It's ridiculous. You know what I mean? How embarrassing. I know. Look at this. I'm like a brokey. You know, I don't even have a fucking meta gem. Partly because the meta gem for tanks is you have to do card to get the recipe for that. So like I said, we're in a fucking horrendous position for tanks at the moment. Welcome in, Dan. And Jack says, I know, Warsaw and Gulch, no one could stop me unless they two rogues stun me. Well, like, the counter to a mage is just like a paladin giving the rogue Blessing of Freedom. And like, the rogue will literally just destroy the mage, because the mage has no way, unless you try to do like some CC, but how are you going to get the cast off if the rogue has the opener on you and has Blessing of Freedom? So you can't slow, you can't root, you can't do any of that shit. Same thing with a warrior. That's basically like the strategy as a paladin when you go in vanilla. Like, your whole duty is just to follow the warrior, heal him, and give him Blessing of Freedom. And you can do the same thing with a mage as well. And like, that's the beautiful thing about paladin. Like, you can literally like decide the fate of individuals, because if you're with a mage, you're just giving Blessing Protection, which means all the melee can't do any fucking physical damage to them. You know what I mean? So you have like, between those two blessings, Blessing of Protection and Blessing of Freedom, you can either let the warrior counter the mage, or you can let the mage counter the warrior. Even though, like I said, mage already is there. Or a Feral Druid. Yeah, well, like a Feral Druid as well. It's a lot of it's got to do because they have the opener. You know what I mean? Because you have invisibility, that means that you're the one that should be getting the opener. And then from there, you're basically dictating the way it should go down. But as we've seen it play out, you know? Waiting for ES... Is that 6? Iliac? What's ES? I'm not sure. Wait, what? This is Underbog? Did I fuck this up? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Elder Scrolls? Ah, yes. I was mad into Oblivion, didn't get into Skyrim. Like, I don't even think I played Skyrim. To be honest. You know what I mean? Oh, we got Double Paladin. Nice. Okay. Give him the out. Ready for this shit, because this is gonna be unfucking believable, I can tell you that. Oh, pray for me, boys, pray for me. First pull, will we die? Yes or no? Oh, okay, he's giving himself kinks. Okay, so then we do this. Ah, fuck, 1 sec. And then get myself Sanctuary. Okay. Right. This is gonna be painful. Oh, and it's a melee group as well. I am mitigating a lot, so I don't think that was an accurate representation, but trust me. This ain't this ain't gonna be pretty. Getting every way. Yeah, once they're informed, they can't be polyed or any of that shit. So it's a nice little benefit for the druids, as they say. Oh no, bro, drop the tremor totem, please. Now notice my mana bar is gone because I have to pump the amount of fucking thread into these guys, just to make sure that these cunts don't fucking fuck shit up, as they say. Up. Drink first. Drink first. How'd you not play Skyrim? That's like saying you haven't played Fallout 4. I think I only played like Fallout 4 for like 10 minutes, like the introductory when you walk out of the thing. Like that was it. You know what I mean? I'm not really a metagamer. That's a terminology or phrase. You know what I mean? But yeah, I think the group leader was like, I don't think you're at 490 defense. I don't think you're a defense capped. And I'm like, yeah, that's because I specifically use these shoulders, which are level 63. But when you actually independently just look at the stats, the amount of armor they give, the amount of mitigation, and the fact that it has 2 motherfucking sockets, it's actually on par with a lot of like the level 70 shoulder options you have already. And then the other thing as well is I do have green items, which looks sus as fuck, but again, like, you just look at the stats, look at the raw stats, and it's like, actually, this is a beast of an item. The only reason why they're green is because you can get it by quest. Oh, shit! That's what I'm saying, like ass pulls, or like any of those like little shit that in normals, it's okay, it's Gucci, we can recover. Like, even a wart. Oh my god, I'm dead. Not today. See the way we just barely survived that and I had to pop laying hands? Favore. Still haven't played Starfield. Creation Tree Jack, yeah. Elder Scrolls 6 being made on their new creation engine. That should have made Starfield on. Not bad, not bad. You love to see it. So this one's not going too bad, actually. I thought the Steam Falls was going to be worse than Slave Pens, but it actually is not bad. Make sure I'm being precise with the pulls here, because we have no CC anyway, so I basically have to take this damage. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. I'm just gonna pop my fucking cooldown as well. Might as well. Do not like how much damage I'm taking. Oh my god. These mobs have a silence as well. What are we gonna do about this with no CC? Oh my god. Wait, you def capped or not? Yeah, well, technically I'm at 489. Right, so I'm 2 defense rating, 1 defense point away from being fully capped. But it's because they see the green items and the level 63 shoulders, they say, oh, there's no way you're defense capped, but it's like, no, I actually am, so you can see it there. Defense. 489, comrades. You know what I'm saying? I am at mitigation cap, but again, because the mobs aren't raid bosses, it shouldn't be. Oh, Fluffy said, no worries, bruh. But oh my god. Bro, this damage is insane. The healer messaged me saying, it's like, didn't mean to sound insulting earlier, by the way. It's like, no, brah. No worries, brah. No worries. It's literally just like I'm even questioning whether or not I'm defense. With the amount of damage I'm taking. Holy shit, boys. This is insane. But again, like Mo was saying, there's a reason why priests are so fucking good and they're so highly sought after. It's because of that power word shield, and then the fact that they have raid healing capabilities similar to the druid. Okay. I'm trying not to use too many stone shield potions just to gauge where I'm at in terms of an unbuffed basis as well. You know what I mean? Not 490. Boo this man! Boo! Wait one sec.
Boo this man!
I'm 489, okay? I'm 489! Trying my best! I'm giving her all she's got, Captain. Laugh at my pain, gentlemen. Laugh at my pain. Oh, God. Yeah, I think I'm better off. Like, low-key, I'm actually better off with just having kings. I already have... Oh, wait. I already have kings. So then I'm going to say... Wisdom. No, fuck it. I'm going to say Sanctuary. Let's not get too up on our bridges. We got 12k health. Like I said, 12k is the magic number, I think. Because with the fortitude plus the kings, that I think that's what is the key, realistically here. But this one, we'll see how this pull goes, because there's a lot of fucking sirens here and they do silences, and it's horrendous for my threat, but also obviously silences means the healer can't heal. I still can't press any buttons. I'm still not allowed to use... Oh my god. I couldn't do anything. I was silenced. Like, silence isn't the silence. It's like, what are we doing here? You know what I mean? But we got a DI, so... Not bad. Yep. Yep. Wow. Ain't it beautiful? Ain't it beautiful, folks? I think the shaman's trying to make a break for it. I think he's trying to get hop out of the dungeon so he avoids the repair costs. That's probably going to be the best part of the heroic things. You guys are going to get me through the heroic pain just by memeing on me. Oh, God. Oh, God. Holy shit, boys. We are in Spain without the S. That's the annoying thing, that there's literally no CC in this group. Wait! What's his name? Pally! Can you rep one mob in when we have packs of 4? Here's me thinking there's no CC, but we do have CC. We got a bit of repentance from the rep paladin. Oh, it's only 6 seconds. Fuck. It was like up to a minute in classic. This is ridiculous. Repentance. 6 seconds. Fuck it. Nah, never mind. We just gotta take the damage, unfortunately. I'm in Spain without the S, Jack. Take the S away. What does that leave you with? Oh, God. Here we go again. Pop all the cooldowns, cause fuck it, why not? Here. Done this bitch. Cause fuck these sirens. Ah, we're Gucci. We're Gucci. We got out of it. Jack's on fire tonight. You know? He was like, I want the fucking roast, Teriyaki. Oh man, if only we had like a hunter even. You know what I mean? Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. We got skips, boys. We got skips. Oh my god. Look at this. Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, don't worry. Don't worry. Don't stress. Don't stress. We got this. Nuke those fucking sirens, boys. Yeah, to be fair, I probably should have marked them first. But now we're gonna have a little bit of fun and see who fails like simple fucking movement mechanics. Oh my god, man! See my health at like 10%, and then obviously instantly shoot back up to a healthy amount is distressing. Okay, boys, there we go. There we go. And we have to wait for the orc because the orcs are generally the pagas, I believe they call them. Almost missed it there, buddy. Oh my god. Why do we even play this game? Oh my god. Let's hit him with the you guys ready? Yeah. We put on skull. And we just hit the cunt as hard as physically fucking possible. Move him out of the hurricane. Also out of my consecration, but it is what it is. But Judgment of Wisdom on the boss. And now we just make sure we keep up Seal of Wisdom, Holy Shield. Take him out of that damage. Okay, we already have someone who died. I forgot to pop my Stone Shield potion. Okay, healers at a healthy amount of mana. I think we should be fine. Oh my god, as soon as I fucking say it. Hit the cunt! Hit the cunt! They're like standing at range throwing hammers. What the fuck you doing? Seal twist, you bastard! Fucking hit him! There we go. Had it all the way. Easy clap. Never any doubt.
My fucking man!
Let's do it. You all thought I was going to wipe there. You all like, were waiting for you like, oh, come on, Yaki. Come on. Give us a wipe. We don't wipe unless it's in the bathroom, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure we got our badge of justice. Is there a skip? Yep. Oh, wait. Wait for hat. Let the pot move. Okay, they're talking about some sort of skip. I'm unaware of it. I've never heard of this skip. Fucker, we'll do it live. Ah, I see. Give us the water walking. I'm like, Jesus, look at this. I'm walking on water. Did not know about this. It's actually, could be next level move. Oh shit, boys. We got the raid. Let me play the clip. Welcome in, boys and girls. Hope you had a good time over in Easies. You know what I'm saying? It was a really good debate. I'm not gonna lie. It was a really good debate tonight. And also, because it's easy, we gotta play this game.
That's what I'm talking about! That's why he's the MVP! That's why he's the GOAT! The GOAT!
Let's fucking go, boys. Welcome in, everybody. Currently, I'm getting my ass handed to me in heroics. So feel free to roast me in the chat when I die. Call me a noob. All the good stuffs. All the good stuffs, as they say. You know what I mean? Shit. And gentlemen, if you do want to roast me on the panel as well, it's only $50. It's only $50. Hey, my man. But yeah, like I said, it's basically laugh at my pain. That should be the title of the stream, boys. You know what I mean? Chill stream. Exactly. We're chilling and I'm sweating because it's a shit tons of damage. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, we only pulled one of these. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Oh shit, yes. Oh my god, I forgot. Un momento, por favore. We're chilling, boys. But yeah, well, yous are, I'm not, I'm sweating, okay? So we have a super chat goal there in YouTube. When that ends, or if that ends, and we don't hit it, we then do a grift break up to an hour. Where we, 1 second. we basically do a grift break up to an hour, and it's then only through the PayPal or Ko-Fi if you want to end the grift break. But if you want to avoid the grift break completely, you hit the YouTube goal, and we should be Gucci. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, for anyone who is saying, "Oh, you're doing too much grift breaks," all this kind of stuff, this is your weapon. You know what I mean? To combat against the grift breaks. You know what I'm saying? If you hit the YouTube goals, then we're not doing any grift breaks. You know what I'm saying? It's a nice mix. And also, if you just want to come on panel and roast me as I'm pulling live, try to put me off and try to wipe the group, more than welcome. But we do need the $50 because that is a lot of pain and suffering. I'm not gonna lie. I'm fighting back tears at the moment. The amount of pain that I'm in, with the amount of damage that I'm taking. I'm like popping 5-minute cooldowns and everything, just to get through the thing. You know what I mean? Holy shit! Chat, let's hit that goal so we don't do any grift breaks as well. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is your weapon to, you know. How is your gear durability surviving this? Well, the durability itself is not that bad so long as you don't die too many times. But in terms of like we were going over the mitigation caps, all stuff, like I have all like the required numbers. I have the defense cap, I have the mitigation cap, and I'm still taking a shit ton of damage. But that's because paladins and warriors get a raw deal with the armor. You know what I mean? We have much lower armor values than bear druids, so bears don't suffer as much. You know what I mean, bears just really need to focus on getting as close to the armor cap as possible. You know what I mean? Welcome in, Clayton. Welcome in. Welcome in. We got William as well saying we need $10 super chats. Otherwise, you know, William wins and we get to go on a grift break. You know what I mean? William loves the grift breaks. Towards the pot of gold by Organized Chaos. Thank you very kindly, sir. So yeah, and like, it can be a team effort. Like, just 10 people throw in $2, then there's no grift breaks. We just do that every hour, then there's no grift breaks. You know what I mean? Let's let the healer get mana, and we're chilling. We're chilling, as they say. But yeah, it's oh god, it is. This is by a whisker kind of type stuff, but this is the second dungeon that we need, so we need to do about another, was it 3 runs after this one, and then we should be Gucci, or we should be 100% ready to start raiding. Yeah, it's a win-win for William when you think about it. You know what I mean? And now we pray. Okay, that hit wasn't bad. Okay, we're still only going as low as 80%. Not too terrible. These motherfuckers AoE in. Just hit the cunt. Single target, kill the boss. Boss ends. No more damage. You know what I mean? We get out of here Gucci. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Most of you probably don't, but trust me, when I die, not if I die, but when I die, you'll see Jack start roasting me, Mo probably start roasting me and all that stuff, and you can all join in, you know what I mean? Don't be afraid to roast Teriak. Part of being a fool or a trickster is that, you know, like that's part of the fun. You know what I mean? Okay, I got my badge of justice, so we're up to 5. We're 1/3 of the way there, ladies and gentlemen. We're 1/3 of the way there, and we can end the pain. You know what I mean? We can go back to doing normals and helping out guilties, get ready for Karazhan. I think Karazhan is not tomorrow's stream, but I think it's just before the stream on Friday. Wheel of Madness one is when we're going to be doing the stream. Alright, when we're going to be doing the raid. I was hoping that they were going to do it on a Wednesday or a Thursday, but it's basically like it's like a 25-man kind of activity, so it's like you have to adapt it to 25 or 24 other people's schedules as well. So there's always It's always that as well. And yes, chat, just remind us as well, all the new people coming in, if we do not reach the super chat goal, which is at 54 minutes remaining at the moment, we go on a forced grift break. And then, like I said, it goes to the Ko-Fi. You have to do it through the Ko-Fi in order to end the grift break. But also just remind you, we do make more money on the Ko-Fi. So if you are feeling generous, you can do it through the Ko-Fi. You know what I mean? And Clayton, it's only $2 or more. But appreciate the $1. Thank you very kindly, sir. But yeah, I have to say, like, this one was a lot easier. Well, easier than expected. You know what I mean, I was expecting a lot more heavy hits. But sure, look, we'll get to that when we get to that. Just wait for it, boys. Wait for it. Wait for it. Because we don't want to make sure we don't pull these extra mobs. You know what I'm saying? So this is what they call a pat or a patrol. You have to be cognizant of that. And then you throw your shield in like Captain America and you just fucking run. And I ran so far away. Peyton giving me the Shia LaBeouf advice. Just do it! Don't let your dreams stay dreams! Just do it! And yes, $2 super chats or more count towards super chat goal. Just as an FYI, just to let you all know. Here's low on mana. This one, they must be at least $2. They must be at least $2. Lads, we gotta be careful with that pat. Ah, fuck, I didn't get it off in time. And that's the sorceress, that's the oracle. It's fucking oracles from Delphi, I tell you. I'm just gonna pop an iron shield. A stone shield potion, an iron potion. Just be... Bro, what are we doing? What are we doing? Nuke the fucking oracles, boys. Make sure these guys don't cleave on the melee as well. But yeah, like in Slave Pens, I was going down to like 20% constantly. It was ridiculous. So, this one is a lot easier, thankfully. Or it could have been because I was with a druid as well, because I think the bubbles, as we're talking about the power word shields, they low-key pretty nice. But it be nice. Okay, so this one has a siren and an oracle. Oh shit. And yeah, chat, there's only 50 minutes left. Also, do you not want an open panel as well, boys? You know, we're 6% of the way there. Man, I don't even know which one to take first, but we'll just say fuck the oracle. Per favore. Whereas the siren's the one that silence. Yeah. I have to face these away. So I'm just going to let the warrior go ham on that. Make sure these are faced into a wall and the melee don't get harmed. They don't get cleaved. We got to protect the melee. Come on, chat, says Clayton. And then we got Organized Chaos saying, thoughts on the debate, free will or determinism. I'm purely down onto the free will. And a lot of people say like, oh, contingent will and all this kind of stuff. But like what you're really talking about there is contingent free will. You know what I mean? And like they'll say like, oh, I don't deny will. But like everything's determined or everything is predetermined. And I'm kind of sitting there kind of going, well then how do you account for slavery? How do you account for accountability? You know what I mean? Like the legal system, like the whole concept of justice. You know what I mean? Chad, I can have, yeah, we can do the Wheel of Madness in the background as well. Plenty of things. Because like I said, you're probably hearing the beautiful, oh my, and no CC. But yeah, like I said, we can have we can do it the nice way or we can do it the hard way. You know what I mean? And chat, we only need 8 more $2 super chats. We got Printed Dog saying, fuck the $2. I'll give you 5, motherfucker. Thank you very kindly, sir. And yeah, the poll's gone to shit. Get the memes ready, boys. I'm silenced. But I can bubble off the silence. Do this. Give the bop to the shaman. Make sure I pop my trinkets. We got a fear, but then we taunt that back in time. Get the holy shield off and pray to God that the healer can keep us up. See that? Do you see that? I love you, chat. I love you. We ain't wiping today, boys. We ain't dying today. That's what I'm saying. You know? An absolute gentleman, dogs and chaos. Thank you very kindly. We're now up to $10 to the open panel, boys. So like I said, you can come on panel and literally roast me live. You know what I mean? Like, Teriak, you're a fucking Tylenol, baby. What can I say? Extra strength and all. Do this, do this, do this, and do this. Make sure this is up. Take a wee drink before we pull this. Holy shit, boys. Holy shit. How are we even getting this done? That's my question. A lot smoother that time. A lot smoother, boys. Mm-hmm. And like the thing about Jack is he wants to go carnivore. You know what I'm saying? We got to get him that ribeye steaks. So help him out. Jack, did you watch the video, by the way? Exactly. Let's finish it off, boys and girls. Let's finish it off. Trust me, the memes are only beginning because like these are like the easiest dungeons. And I'm going to need to do some of the more difficult ones as well. Get my fucking Libram, unfortunately. Nuke those fucking tanks. Oh, he's got a spell reflect. Nice, nice. I mean, on my threat is magical, which means kind of fucked here, but nice. This is not looking good, ladies and gentlemen. Because the healer's at like a quarter mana and the boss is only at half health. Boys, you just need to start fucking pumping. I did. What are your thoughts? Let me know. You know, like, was it inspirational or was it kind of like meh? Meh. We're not gonna make it here. By the way, we're gonna wipe on this. I gotta get that grift. Gotta get that. Gotta get that. Again, thank you, Organized Chaos, Prince of Dogs, and Clayton for your donations. We only need 7 more. I don't know. Maybe they like the Wheel of Madness song, William. You know what I mean? Oh, we just about made it. We just about made it, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, thankfully we got through that. God damn. Bindsman picks up. Yeah, we just need on the promenade. We got Clayton with the membership saying thank you, my man, my man. And that's what we have, our membership clip.
Hogs Twins TV now on YouTube. Yeah, it's only $3.99 a month. That's 13 cents a day. That's damn near free. And it's less than 14 cents a day. It's about 13.3 cents a day. I know you got it. Who the hell ain't got 13 cents a day? Yeah.
Who the hell ain't got 13 cents a day? You know what I'm saying? And thank you, Clayton, for the $1. And thank you, Dogs, for the $2. It's been stuck in my head for like 2 weeks now. The songs, the Wheel of Madness, I'm telling you. That's what you get. Like, that song is by Easy, okay? Speak Easy. And like, that's what you get. Like, the quality level you get, like that stuff sticks in your head. Like, think of the Swords of Reason song. You know what I mean? We clash our swords of reason. You know what I mean? The Without M song as well. Absolute bangers. You know what I mean? One second, let me see if Jack was. Yes, I did. Like the Plague? Wait, what do you mean, Jack? Are you saying the video? The carnivore video was like the Plague? Let me know. Let me know. Oh my god. I was muted. I was muted the whole fucking time. But yeah, like I was saying, let me know your thought. Yeah, yeah. L's in chat for Teriak, please. L's in chat for Teriak. But yeah, like the thing that like I kind of went on in terms of the carnivore, why I preach about it so much is like I think that there's a lot of problems like for like the obesity crisis that we're in, not just America but all across the West, the Eastern countries as well. Like that basically solves that problem. You know what I mean? Because like trust me, I've tried to eat more than like 2,000 calories a day of just meat and cheese. It's next to near impossible. You know what I mean? And it's not because I feel full or feel bloated. It's just like my body just like all of a sudden it just won't taste good anymore. You know what I mean? And then I'm like, okay, I'm finished. You know? And exactly, who wants to get us halfway? Who wants to get us halfway, folks? You know what I mean? We're currently 4 out of 10. You just want the grift break? Like that's the question. You know what I mean? You want to avoid it? There's the possibility. There's the power. And thank you, Prince of Dogs. L's, multiple L's for Teriak for that. What can I say, man? It is what it is. It is what it is. But let's get back into the heroics, as they say. So I've done Slave Pens. I've done Steamboat. Let's try Bog. And then I don't know what we're going to do after. After that display, I don't know. I don't know. It's unbelievable. Absolutely abysmal. Abysmal display. Would you say it's abysmal? Dogs? Is it worthy of the word abysmal? Okay, seems like Underbog's not really that popular. Definitely not doing Shattered Halls. Fuck that shit. We can try opening the Dark Portal. Oh my god, we'll try Hellfire Ramparts. But I guess we could go with those three. And see where it lands us. Yep, abysmal. We're going for abysmal. You know what I mean? But we gotta expand the vocabulary as well. You know what I mean? Can't just always say it's bad. You have to like add a bit of flair, add a bit of nuance to it. You know what I mean? Not just bad, it's fucking abysmal. You know what I mean? See how hard that like that echoes, you know? We'll get back to the debate as well. I think we got sidetracked with the polls. Like free will, like to me, it's kind of a core to, like I was kind of saying, like those central kind of central kind of like concepts or meanings that we have, like in terms of like justice. Like if everything's just predetermined, there is no justice, so to speak. Like that's just an illusion. That's just, you know, a fugazi. Like that doesn't exist. You know? And we have things like slavery. I mean, does slavery not exist? Because if you're telling me everything's just predetermined, then it's you're not actually inflicting anything on my will. I was always destined to be a slave. Do you know what I mean? You start getting into that mentality, and that's why, like, to me, like that's not a big central teaching in terms of like Catholicism or orthodoxy, but it is I think Calvinist is the Protestant one that preaches that. But then also you're starting to see this in the secular world as well, like this whole determinism thing emerge. And I'm kind of sitting there thinking, it's like, why would academia start pushing something that would literally go against the concepts of justice, would literally go against the concepts of slavery? You know what I mean? Because like, how on the one hand can you tell me, like everything's just determined to be, it is what it is, but then also that slavery is wrong? You know what I mean? Slavery just is what it is. Slavery, like I said, like slavery can't even be defined without free will. You know? Yeah, so like well, technically Google fucked up on the slavery, but when you define enslaved, it's a person who is forced to work for and obey another and is considered to be their property, an enslaved person. You know what I mean? So like in terms of the whole concept of free will, like if you don't have free will, like of course, like I'm just going to obey. I'm going to obey anything and everything because everything's just determined. I must obey. I cannot do otherwise. You know what I mean? And that's why from BioShock, stay on the gaming theme, a man chooses, a slave obeys. You know what I mean? But let me know your thoughts. How do you think the debate went? I thought it was a good one. It's obviously it's one of like JS's kind of like he's known for it and all that kind of stuff. And this is the one thing as well, is like a lot of people don't notice that it's a skill to be able to create those matchups. Do you know what I mean? Be able to say this prompt is spicy, and these are the two people that should debate this prompt. Do you know what I mean? Like that in and of itself is a decision. It's a choice, obviously. But it's to me, it's you gotta have something in terms of like what would be the best way to describe it. Yeah, it's other than skill. That's the only way. Like maybe you could develop it, but like it's like taste in music. Like you can develop a taste over time, but you know what I mean? Like in terms of the like what we're kind of like been discussing, or what was being discussed in the debate and all this kind of stuff as well. Like even just the matchup between Steelborn and JS, it's like to get the right skill level, because we went through this with Rob when Rob was against Vigilante. It's like Vigilante literally had no chance straight off the bat. Even like I was able to say that like just here in the opening, it was all like kind of like vapid kind of that was the word that came up yesterday, vapid. It was kind of like no roots, kind of like platitudes, empty platitudes, vapid platitudes. And like from there you're kind of saying, well, you can justify anything then. And then the other question was like, how do you enforce that? In a way you're going to enforce that as the war. But like we kind of highlighted with Rob, like you could see that he was just holding that back to kind of say that like even like the format that he was describing doesn't even make sense. You know what I mean? So there's that aspect to it as well. You know? Chat, you only need to donate another 12 at minimum. If we take a forced grip break, then you will have to donate $20. Okay? Exactly. Through the Ko-Fi as well. We don't accept through the YouTube. Once we go on the grip break, it switches over to the Ko-Fi. And we're being strict on that, folks. Sec. Uno momento, por favore. Okay, we got a hunter at least. We got a hunter. Let's listen to some music. You talking about the Wheel of Madness song? Need to load that in. It's at max capacity. 1 sec. Just let me wipe that off.
Step right up.
Okay.
Step right up. Spin the wheel. See what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom.
And we got a new Ko-Fi tip from Dogs as well.
Madness, let it roll. Twist and
Says the page loads. We got $5 from Dogs on the Ko-Fi. Says just trying this out, my man. Let me add that to the goal, because we're getting close. We're getting close, ladies and gentlemen. What? 36% of the way. We're a third of the way there to an open panel as well. Appreciate you kindly, sir.
Strap in. Here it comes. Welcome to Step right
But I've no clue what way this is gonna go.
next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel!
Yeah, no, dogs, we do, but we're technically we have a playlist now officially. But that's for like the scheduled group breaks, or the if we don't hit the goal, we get that. The Wheel of Madness one is basically like William likes to fuck witches, so that's why he just like says play that on repeat. You know, just incentivize you to get the super chats going. You know what I'm saying?
Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face.
Can a chatter pay for the next? This is actually an interesting idea, William. How much would we charge to change it to the playlist? And we got Prince of Dogs with the $2.
Step right up,
Mama.
spin the wheel.
Appreciate you kindly. Thank you very much for the super chat. But yeah, I think that like we could play around with something like this, William. Let me know what you think.
One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you
Grit plus engagement. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Here it comes. Welcome to the wheel.
Let me think about this. Based on what we have on the other side as well.
Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying. Spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying. Spin the wheel, see what's next. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Which topic will take control? Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready?
Oh wait, I need to do this, then this, then this, then this. And make sure that's not there. And now we're back. Now we're back. like I said, it does this weird thing that it doubles up, and then in terms of the mutant tabs, all this kind of shit. Like I said, StreamYard ain't the best, but it's got the bare essentials. You know what I mean? I was thinking the same thing, William. So, dogs, if you do want to change it to the playlists, like we were saying here, can a chatter pay for the next? So, like, if you want to change out the current song to the playlist song, so just to give you an idea, like the playlist song is the Rocky Road to Grifton, the Michael Bublé grift, and the Dolly Parton grift. You know what I mean? So if you want to switch out to the playlists of grift songs, we can do that for $20. And again, main focus though now is that do you want to prevent the grift break? Do you want to avoid having to do a grift break? Let me know, chat. Let me know. We only need 4 super chats. 4 $2 super chats.
Strap in. Here it comes. Welcome to the wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No
We got Prince of Dogs with the $2. We only need 3. Wait. No, that's... Wait, what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alright, that's on me. I got mixed up. Yeah, we need 5. We need 5.
The wheel decides what you'll face.
But if you want to change out the song, dogs, and you want to do $4 or $5 donations and do it that way, so you get double bubble, you help out with the super chat goal, and you get to change out the music. It's up to you, broski. Math, bro? Yeah, I mathed too hard. The quick math got me, man.
Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last.
Be right back, ladies and gentlemen.
No chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one, no chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of madness! Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky
100% chat. You only have 20 minutes left. Otherwise, we'll be going on that griff break, baby.
one-on-one, no chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new
And also, we're only halfway away from the open panel as well, ladies and gentlemen. There's a hero that wants to do 26 straight up. Or maybe you want to do, what is that? Whatever would work out in terms of the super chat call as well. We only need 3.
debates, a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave?
Or 3.
The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one, no chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one, no chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one, no chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one, no chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. We debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last.
So close. We're only 3 away, chat. And like we're saying, it's a win-win either way. You know?
It's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of
Okay, we're already off to a flyer. My fucking taunt resisted.
Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one
Exactly.
knows which topic.
Exactly, chat.
One-on-one, no chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one, no chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next.
Oh, focus on mute. Chat, don't let us fall short. We've gotten so close. Because, like, the goal changes to a $20 co-fi. You know what I mean? Don't let your super chats go to waste.
A crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of Madness.
Let's get her done. Get her done, chat.
Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new goal.
My God, man.
Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of Madness!
Oh my God, man. Like I press the consecration and it just does nothing. You know what I'm saying? And hey, we got Prince of Dogs. Prince of Dogs like, we ain't gonna waste no super chats. We ain't going on no grift break. We only need 2 more, and we got less than 10 minutes to do it, chat. Also, just to highlight as well, we're over halfway to the open panel as well. Let's go. Let's go.
The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in. Here it comes. Welcome to the Wheel of
Bro, I just don't know what's going on with the threat. Like, I literally hit him with my fucking shield. And apparently he's still... Now he's aggroed? It makes no sense. But, like, this one... Not gonna lie, it seems... okay. But let's wait for the bosses. Let's see how that shit goes down.
A crazy fight.
We got Prince of Dogs with the 5. You know what I'm saying? He's going for both, I think. He's going for both the super chat goal and the open panel. My man. My motherfucking man.
Strap in. Here it comes. Welcome to the Wheel of Madness.
Okay, here's the boss. Just fucking nuke him. Please nuke him.
Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom.
The boss damage doesn't seem too bad. Okay, that was bad. We have 5 minutes left, chats. Who's gonna get the slam dunk?
The wheel decides what you'll face.
We got Prince of Dogs saying fucking do it. Fucking send it, boys. So one sec, let me get the link in the description. And like when it says let's fucking go. So do we cut off the music now, William, or do we just, like I said, I kind of like the song.
Step right
know, say it's growing on me. It was predetermined that I would break the goal. What can I say? You know. So first of all, we have that. Let me pin that as well in the chat. That is pinned in the chat. Anybody wants to jump on the panel? Come on down, boys and girls. More than welcome. So one sec. Let me just pause the music for un momento, por favore. Because we have to address a couple of things. We should be at 53, which we are. And again, shout out to Dogs and shout out to Organized Chaos. And we have a guest backstage. Guess who it is, ladies and gentlemen?
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Dogs. Welcome to the show. Hello, Dogs. Can you hear me?
Oh, can you hear me now? Hey, that was my bad.
Yep.
Hey, it was my turn to be muted.
Hey, my man.
But yeah, hey yo, y'all. And what are you doing, you little fucking crazy leprechaun? Fuck.
I'm doing a lot of things.
What the fuck kind of
Yeah.
graphical glitches am I watching here?
What can I say, man? What can I say? But yeah, like I said, we're like just kind of want to mix it up, chat and chill. Like testing things out with the WoW, but like it could, like when GTA 6 launches, like we could switch over to that and all this kind of thing. But one of the things I want to ask is, how do you think the debate went on Easies?
Yeah, that was that was one of the better ones, but it seemed like both were too closely aligned to the same topic. Neither one could pinpoint the exact other side. You know what I mean? Like overall, I think good debate overall, though. You know, the both parties really tried. They were really pretty civil, but I think what was lacking was like neither one had the real extreme view on the other.
Well, like this is what I was saying with the, like, it's a skill to choose debaters, represent the side, because you want to make sure you're picking people that are going to at least give the argument from that side, like what they've been saying the whole time. Do you know what I mean? So in terms of like that aspect, you know what I mean? Like it like to me, it's like a lot of people think, oh, it's just easy, and like with the whole like thing like that, but it's trust me, bro, it is a skill.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
for sure. Yeah, no, I think overall it was a good debate. Yeah, I have no complaints about it.
Because but what way do you stand on it?
The topic itself.
Yeah, like in terms of like, are you more for free will, man? Are you more predeterminism?
I would say I'd lean more free will. I see points of what some of the determinism. I wouldn't say the predeterminism, no, but determinism. I can see the mentality behind it, but I would say I would still lean more free will.
And why would you lean more free will?
Well, I mean,
what's the decider for you? Or what's the argument that convinces you? You get me?
I mean, the fact that regardless of shit. Okay, hold on. I wasn't expecting to get to that. Okay. Well, you were physically running your life and determining your actions, regardless of perhaps deterministic causes and pathways that might be before you. You still can take those pathways whichever direction you want. Does that make sense?
Look, what is like the simple, like if someone like walked up to you and you're like, oh, like I'm a determinist or whatever, like what would be your kind of simple way of kind of explaining why, let's say, determinism is wrong? Take your time. Don't feel like you have to like shoot something out. Just you can think about it. We got the time. This is chat and chill, baby.
Right, it's not hot seat or or wheel of madness. Huh? Okay, hold on. How I would convince them they're wrong. Okay. Well, I would ask them a simple question as of like driving your vehicle. Do you cause the action behind the wheel, or does something else predetermine the action behind the wheel?
Yeah, like they'd say it's all like I'm determined. It was determined that I was going to crash the car like before I even set foot into the vehicle. You know what I mean? Because of some
You-
predefined condition or some shit.
Yeah, nah, I just okay. Yeah, what would be a good way to nail that? Okay.
Like, what would be a problem believing for you?
Well, I don't know if it's necessarily a problem. It just wouldn't be my beliefs.
Okay, so like for me, like I was saying earlier, like the whole aspect here is that like how can you define slavery? You're saying that everything's just determined.
Yeah, see, no, and I did hear that argument earlier, and no, if it's just determined that because of the the overall arching things, then slavery wouldn't be a problem. Like it was just predetermined, which is that is crazy thought process. Like I would say like you take away free will with slavery or free will with there yeah. That's why I'm free willing. I think there's free will. Period. And slavery is definitely against free will because you're taking somebody against their will to do something. Unless you're talking about the rare like you work for and you agree to this thing to work for this, but that's still at that point in time you're working for something that you've pre-agreed to versus somebody took you and put you into slavery. So yeah, no, yeah, free will exists. Like
Yeah, but like you're not kind of like really
I had
making
the
an
free
argument.
will to give you money. God didn't tell me to give you money. I just decided to give you money.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that you're not really making an argument. You're just kind of saying, well, like there is free will and like there is free will. You know what I mean?
I know. I haven't. It's not a topic I usually go down. Like other than random and most people that I know tend to just free like duh. But it was an interesting debate. I actually was really enjoying it because I was like I haven't heard this side of things that this person's stating that way. Like that's why I really like watching the debates and stuff in general. But
Yeah. And what would have been like the major thing for you that like swung the argument for you? Or what would have been like the key points, let's say JS brought up that you were like, oh, I never thought about that. Maybe determinism is a thing.
hmm. I can't think of an argument on that side because I don't have the mentality on that side to know what would have been a solid argument give me, I guess.
No, but I'm
I'm
just saying, like,
learning the debates game. Like, it's fun conversation.
but like, just for you, like, what was kind of like the most convincing for you? You know what I mean?
On the JS's side.
Yeah.
Uh, hmm.
You there?
Yeah, I'm just trying to think what was really like. I don't think he convinced me any side of predeterminism. Like I'm trying to think of like what would have been his best, like in my opinion. But sitting there going, I didn't agree with any of the predeterminism in my honest fact.
Okay, then let's do like what you think was Steelborn's best argument for free will.
Oh, for the see, it was stillborn. See, okay, man, I did watch the whole thing, so I'm running through like trying to run through the whole thing in my head too. Um, well, I did like how he was saying that. Let's see. Let me try to recall this as best I can. Or let's see that even though because JS kept bringing up the predetermination, and then that yeah, God might lay out these pathways, but the decision of the pathways really is behind the individual. It doesn't say that God has one singular pathway by what JS was laying out. Like, sure, there was, and that was earlier in the debate before I guess he was fully saying, like, he was more saying, like, the structure God ended or created was, like, already inherently had these pathways in them. So, like, is it free will to choose those pathways even though it was already created? And I would have to agree where Stewart was like, well, yeah, because you have the option to choose either pathway or another pathway, regardless of the pathways presented before you. And then JS went into the whole like, well, I would always choose the best, but like we all know humans, you don't always in the moment choose the best. So that would still inherently prove free will because you don't in the moment always choose the best outcome. Perhaps you try to choose that, but we all know humans, they don't always choose the best outcome for themselves or others inherently right off the bat. So I would tend to lead that back to free will. Any of that makes sense, or am I just randomly because I'm falling?
Yeah, one sec. I'm trying to message. I'm trying to tank heroic, and then I'm doing. It's like literally this is mythic. I've found a way to basically make it mythic. Dungeoning right now, boys. Okay, bro saying stall late, anyways. So we should be Gucci on that. But when you drop the Drake, you motherfucker. But yeah, like the what I'm trying to get at, dogs, is basically like JS's argument would have been along the lines of what you call it, like a good example would be the Peter when Jesus told Peter, "You'll deny me 3 times." Would Peter have chosen otherwise? No, because God can't be wrong. Ergo, if you are a Christian, then you should be predetermined. You know what I mean? Or like you should support predeterminism. So, like, what would be your counter? I don't know if you are a Christian or not, or if you know any of the Christian arguments, but like that would be a Calvinist argument.
I lean that way, but I'm not like I'm not like one of those super knowledgeable. Like, you know, I try my best to be a Christian. So put it that way. Does that work? I'm relearning after a long lifestyle of other views, and I'm working towards and trying to understand the best I can. So I do lean. That's where like a lot of these get me because I've seen it on both sides of the wheel at this point in time.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like how after everything I've seen and been through and lived through, how do I really? So it takes me a moment to contemplate about some of these, but that's the beauty in life and seeking knowledge and wisdom and Christ itself. It teaches you that knowledge and wisdom is one of the best things. So I've really enjoyed that, and yeah, sometimes it does take me a moment to go, how do I really answer that question after everything I've gone through? Hold on a moment, you know. Okay, I am gonna step away from Mike for a second to go take a smoke break. So I will be back.
Yeah, no worries. Take your time. Take your time. Like I said, I've got a lot to do. But chat, holy fuck! Oh my god, we're already in a bad position, to say the least. Holy! The Wild Dogs takes a smoke break and kind of fill you in terms of the holy shit. In terms of like I said, just kind of like what we're planning out there is like we need to get to 15. We need to kill 15 heroic bosses, and like obviously this is one of them. But as you see, my health bar is not doing too well. But like I said, this one generally I think seemed to be one of the easier ones. Which hey, you know what I mean? Like we'll take those all day long. I might even try the other one that's in this region as well, because again, like I said, I'm desperate for 15 marks before I do that car race. I don't want to let the boys down. Because like the thing that I do in this game, trying to explain this to people who haven't played the game before, like there's a lot that's reliant on me making sure that the gear that I'm wearing, so like all these items and all this kind of shit, that they're the correct items and that we're doing this 100% legit and all this kind of stuff. Because the last thing you want to be doing is like sitting there and like you're dying, you're getting crit or you're getting crush and blowed. You're getting like you're taking massive amounts of excess damage that you shouldn't be taking because you don't have the gear. You know what I mean? You got to make sure you're putting it in full swing, as they say. Wait a second. I thought there was supposed to be an epic that dropped off these bosses as well. But let's see. Let's Why? Why the fuck would you do that? It is what it is. But anyway, William saying chat, the super chat was also set for an hour. Chat, we will start the Wheel of Madness song soon if you don't send the super chats. Exactly. Exactly. We'll go back and we'll have it in the background, and I'll probably piss Dog. Well, Dog says he likes the song, so I'm not sure if we'll piss Dog off. But it should incentivize you guys. Start getting the donations rolling, baby. You know what I mean? So we're 9 out of 15 the way there in terms of the badges of justice. So we need another 6 heroic dungeon bosses. So let me think about this now. Fuck. We need to think of this strategically as well, because we want to try and aim for stuff that we might actually get upgrades on. No upgrades there, buddy. What about this? No, not upgrade there. And here. They're not great either. What about ramps? Nothing great there either. Defense more, stamina more, agi less. Damn, I think we're kind of stuck. Unless we want to do one of these heroic, but fuck me, man. Not bad. There's potential there. So we'll try do an Alcatraz heroic. But boys, wish me luck, as they say. I do not think this is going to go well. Screw it, we'll do it live. Fuck it, we'll do it live. So folks, we got the music back. If you want to change the music to the playlists, $20.
A crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One on one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel
Love madness, let it roll.
twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite.
Every debate's a crazy night.
Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's
Exactly. Exactly, William. Let's get her done. Let's get her done, chat. And like I said, the griff break, if you want to avoid the griff break as well, you got to make sure that you hit the super chat goal, as they say. But did we play a premium meme for that one?
madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks.
So I think chat's owed a premium meme.
Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave?
Not yet. Not yet.
Decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of
Oh, I see. I took a piss
Welcome back.
smoke break, and then y'all tortured me with this. I see.
What can I say, bro? What can I say? William is an expert at the grift.
flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One on one or chaos in the room.
But like I was saying, dogs, there's not a lot of options in terms of dungeons.
Wheel of madness, let it
So it's not looking the best, as they say.
I don't know. It's not my game. You know this is not my game. Play a completely different game.
I reckon we just put our name down for everything and see what sticks.
Stick it.
Go full fucking send, bro. You know what I mean? But I'm telling you, man, like that.
Jingles. I do know that one from back in the day. I do know that one. No, I'll give you that.
But I am telling you, man, some of these ones are fucking nightmares. I'm like literally sweating for half the pulls. You know what I mean? Unbelievable. But yeah, like I said, back to that kind of argument that, like I was saying from JS's side, where it's you have, like, as a Christian, you know, when Jesus told Peter, you will deny me 3 times, Peter no longer had a choice because Jesus couldn't be wrong, which would denote predeterminism.
Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready?
I guess, yeah. I wish I knew more about the scripture itself.
Who decides what
You know, make sure. But
Well, it's
if that's if I could see that, I would say that. Right?
well, no, it's just the straight up logic of, like, if Jesus can't be wrong, and Jesus told Peter ahead of time, you'll deny me 3 times, could Peter have chosen otherwise?
Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast.
Well, it's Jesus, so no.
Yeah. Which would imply that any prophecy or
Just to a point, it could. I just, yeah. I don't know. That's an interesting debate. There. I'm not theologian or anything like that. I'm not prepared for that one. I'm just a redneck doing my thing, hanging out with people. I don't know.
Because like I said, it like JS is able to make that argument, and then like from the Christian perspective, it's like that is ground, and like not only the but like the Muslims also believe the same thing. Like in terms of predetermined, everything's like predetermined. Like even the amount of times that like you beat your wife is already predetermined by Allah and all this kind of shit, and you're not actually a bad person. You're just like fulfilling the will of Allah and all this kind of shit. Going back to my earlier question, why is this a dangerous mentality? Is because people who want slaves would want to push this mentality. They'd want people to start believing that it's all determined.
Well, not only that, I could see it being a dangerous mentality because, like, if everything's predetermined, then what do you really have to, like, strive for or do better for? Oh, it's all just predetermined, so I'm just gonna continue on with whatever I'm kind of rolling with and following and feeling. I have no reason to strive to be better if it's all predetermined.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I could get it. Yeah, I do believe that that's a dangerous mentality. That part, yeah, I definitely agree with.
1 sec, I need to fit this into my macro. Bada bing. Wait, where the fuck is it? There we go. But that's what I'm saying. Like the only reason why you'd want to push that mentality is if you are all in favor of slavery. Why else would you push that mentality? Or you're an individual that just wants to that's done something bad and doesn't want to have to face the fact that they're capable of doing that bad thing.
Well, that's I was kind of going with not. Yeah, I wasn't going to just say slavery, but yeah, that's where I was going to lead with. Well, just because I did said thing doesn't determine that you should judge me. Like you have. I was predetermined. I did this anyways. You have no means of qualm with me. Yeah, like that's where I would get. I get the slavery part. It could lead to that. Yeah, I could see that.
And chat, we have less than 33 minutes. You know what I'm saying? Got to give him with the 33. But like that's what I'm saying in terms of like some of these mentalities can be very dangerous mentalities. It's the same thing with like feminism as well, where it's like once you kind of like boil it down, you're basically saying that you want to empower women, which means that women are inherently weaker, and then you see that kind of theme being mirrored throughout all of the feminist ideologies and the policies that they want to push, where essentially they're treating women as if they're infants. Like they should be allowed to do whatever they want because they can't do no harm.
And the problem is that they're stuck that it gives them betterment, but they don't realize that like it's not actually proving they're any better or stronger or whatever in any means. It's just proving that that they're being pampered by the rest of society and men. Let's be honest. So it doesn't like create any means for them to want to get better because they're like, oh, look what I get if I just, I follow these views. Women just as good. Love me. And culture goes, okay, I guess.
Wait, what? Oh, so XX, I think that's 13 Stripe says, wash your tree if it's that dirty. My man. Got 30 trees. Dirty trees.
Dirty tree.
Durka Muhammad Jihad.
Here it comes. Welcome to
But
the wheel.
yeah, like for me, it is this whole thing of and it kind of relates to the whole like force doctrine argument, where how do you account for seduction in terms of force? Because seduction is also quote unquote force. But is it an actual force? Like what is seduction?
I could see it being used in a mean of force, but seduction itself would be just using your means to encourage somebody to what's the term I'm looking for here, to indulge in your being and want to be involved with you, so you seduce them, and you could do that lovingly, but it could also be some means of a forceful action that you're doing to manipulate somebody in a bad means.
Yeah, but seduction, manipulation, like if you just look at that as an actual phenomenon, right? Because like force doctrine dictates whoever has the biggest hammer is going to win. You know what I mean? Which we see play out. Like whoever has like America has the biggest military force.
Why do you think women
they have all the force? They have all the power. But when you look at like the situation with females, they're able to get men. Like we have a simp epidemic, and they're able to get men to literally drain their bank accounts without having to apply any force.
Feminine movement has so much, ability is because of the simp men and their seduction towards men. Yep, that's facts. So it could, like I said, it can be used in a force doctrine meaning. Yeah.
No, but like, what I'm saying is that it's something that's not factored in with the force. You know what I mean? If I force you to hand me over every single bit of money in your bank account, that's robbery, that's theft. But if I was to seduce you, let's say I paid some chick to seduce you and empty your bank account, that's OnlyFans.
I seduced I slinkered my way into your life, seduced your wife and took her from you. Wouldn't that also not be some way of force doctrine to getting forceful means of what you wanted?
No, because there's no
that maybe
force being applied.
Generally speaking, it's not, but I think it could be applied as force doctrine.
How? Where's the force there?
You were manipulating somebody else by a means of your own charismatic way of seducing them to do something. Once you seduce them, you can,
manipulating someone and forcing someone to do something is not the same thing.
So manipulation itself is not any kind of force doctrine.
No, like when you're talking about force, you're talking about like physicality. You know what I mean?
You're just referring to it as a physical thing. You're just referring to physical force doctrine.
Yeah, is there any other, like, force is physical, you get that, right?
Well, I mean, you could be diplomatic about force too, can't you? Without dropping any bombs, but you could still be diplomatic about force.
The only reason why diplomacy quote unquote works is because it's backed by force.
Well, yeah, correct.
Yeah. So in terms of the equation, it's like the most important thing, and this is what force doctrine is talking about, is that it's like you have to have the force. So but then I come along and I say, hey, what about seduction? Because like I explained, like in terms of the law, if I like hack your bank account and steal your money, that's theft, that's robbery. But if I convince a chick to wear some lingerie or whatever, send you pictures and get you to send her your social security, That's legal. That's what the fuck they call it? Like it's some weird kink or some shit like that. They refer to it. Like, but they basically just like drain the bank account.
There's stupid, yeah, okay. There's stupid shit like that. Fair. But overall, if it was proved to be like something fraudulent or something, then, but I get what you're saying here. Yes. It is getting
Okay.
fucking late for me.
So steel man my position. Dogs.
Okay. I'm still awake. Here. For a few more minutes.
Are you able to steel man position?
Oh, I thought you said you were going to steal, man. I thought you were saying that. Yeah.
No, you said I get what you're saying.
tired,
So I'm like,
dude.
okay, steel
I'm
man the position.
I'm starting to hear things the other way. Steel man your position. I see. So you're saying that force doctrine itself means that you have the ability to not only use your force in a physical means, but you can back other forceful means with your physical force. Is that what you're saying?
Right, let's start with what is force doctrine?
Yeah, the fact that you have a forceful, you're the biggest, you're the baddest. You got the means to control behind you.
No, like force doctrine is specifically going down to like you can apply force and overpower them and force them into doing something. Do you know what I mean? So, for example, you do this thing, or I'm going to use my pew pew against you.
Right.
That's force doctrine. You have the superior force, right? Provided that the other person doesn't have a gun. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So, in that situation, like that's what force doctrine is. But rather than using a gun, if I was to use a chick and the chick was able to seduce you and to control you that way, that's not force. So how do we account for seduction?
Yeah. Okay. I get where you're going with that. All right. I could see your argument there. I can see it. But I am so tired. Like honestly, dude, I am tired. I got
no worries.
4 hours.
If you again, like I said,
4 hours. Oh fuck.
I say the same thing to Jack. It's like if you don't have the money, you can't get blood out of a stone. Do you know what I mean? If you're kind of like saying that, like I don't have the money, it's okay. You know what I mean? We can go to the grift break. It is what it is. Same thing on panel. It's like you guys are not forced to stay on panel. If you guys got work or you need sleep, or whatever, just you can say, Terry, I need to head off. Have a good one. All this kind of shit. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, for sure. And that's pretty much what I'm saying. But I've been having a good conversation, so that's why I'm like, oh darn, But yeah, I am. It's bedtime for this old man. But thank you for the good conversation, Terry.
100%.
And
Any shout outs? Anything coming up? Any big like debates or anything like that coming up?
no, nothing of that. I'm working on that stuff. Again, I'm just a redneck motherfucker that likes having good conversations with people and been around, but I've been thinking about it. So I'll let you know.
Yeah, brother.
All right. Have a good night, fellas. Teriyaki, salute.
You too, sir. And thank you very kindly for the donations and also for opening up the panel as well.
Yep, you're welcome, good sir.
My man. One sec, I'll hit you with the Fez clip. One sec.
A good day to you.
All right, Fez.
I said kiss my ass.
A good day, dogs. A good day to you, sir.
Yeah, you too.
Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows.
Okay, chat, we're back to just the two of us, me getting my ass handed to me, and we only have 20 minutes left on the super chat call. Otherwise, we're going to Ko-Fi. So don't, like I said, don't let it go to Ko-Fi because you'll waste the super chats, and you don't get the premium meme as well if you have to go to Ko-Fi, you know what I mean? I'm now a black man again. Beautiful. Oh, I didn't even have my... Okay, now we're rocking and rolling. But yeah, like this whole thing in terms of the predeterminism free will thing. In terms of like revelation or prophecy and all these kind of things. That's where I think JS can make a real stellar argument, especially because it's like he's pulling straight from the Christian scriptures. There's like there's no point, let's say, a Muslim trying to do this thing, because you're like, I don't give a fuck about Allah. You know what I mean? Or Alan, or whatever the fuck you're calling him. You know what I mean?
Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one, no chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready?
I don't seem to be taking as much damage in these ones.
The wheel decides what you'll face.
No, I don't know if that's because I've switched to my kind of setup to more
Here it comes.
what the single target thing would be. But we shall see. We shall see. Kind of want to go Ko-Fi. Same. But that's the beauty of this system, William. One sec. Let me pause this on for a second. That's the beauty of this system, William. It's like it's literally a win-win, no matter what happens. You know what I mean? So it's like, and especially like with chat and chill and all this kind of stuff. If people aren't interested in the game, all this kind of stuff. At least they get the songs and all this kind of stuff to it as well. So. That's why I say I think we literally cracked it with this setup. But that's not to say that this is it set in stone and we're not going to make any changes to it, all that kind of stuff. Because like I said, like the thing you were saying earlier on, where you're like, no, do $2 rather than $5. Like that to me was a banger off a thing. Because it's like, yeah, like why would we run away from the $2 ones when they've been, you know what I mean? Like the key thing. Because like how many times have we said that the $2 all add up? You know what I mean? So like little things like that, like we can kind of like throw in all this kind of stuff, and then like I said, trying to get like side by side with you can do the YouTube or the Ko-Fi. We can then compare that and see how it goes in terms of like management. Because again, like there's a lot of things that we're still wrapping into this, especially like with the 50% more on the Ko-Fi, or we could just scrap that and then just have that for the Wheel of Madness. You know what I mean? Where you only get 50% more if it's Wheel of Madness. So yeah, like there's a lot to play around with, and like any ideas you have, like more than welcome. And like I said, we'll like, but the one thing as well is that we want to make sure that we give ideas time to breathe or time to test, if you get me. So it's like I was kind of saying, we do this week of just this. And then, like I said, we make any tweaks or alterations. Then next week, okay, and then we can cross compare with the YouTube data. Well, not only the YouTube data, because remember I linked you that that view of the YouTube thing. Like that's not going to be precise, because if we have, let's say, a day where we get, let's say, 100 on Ko-Fi, but only like 10 on the YouTube, like that's gonna, like you're going to see that as like a bad day if we're just looking at the YouTube. But that's what I was saying. I'm going to do the monthly calculations for January and so far in February, and once I get that done, I'll send it on to you, and we'll be able to see, okay, is the Ko-Fi like have we actually made a dent in the Ko-Fi and all this kind of stuff as well, you know what I mean?
Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one, no chaos in the room. Every spin.
Yeah, I think Devo, Aura, and Kings is the move for the heroics.
Wheel of madness, let it roll. debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll.
The one thing I'm glad on is that threat does not seem to be an issue. But again, we'll have to see where that gets us when it comes to things like the raid bosses. But so far from what I've seen in terms of like the dungeon bosses, at least, the single target threat shouldn't be an issue. Which I'm thankful for, because like at the moment, the defense and the mitigation is the main issue.
Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks.
Also, I think a hunter and a mage is like the setup as well, because I'm able to do things like this where I can just step back, kite the mobs. We ain't taking no damage, baby.
Strap in. Here it comes.
And again, anybody who's wondering what the fuck is Ko-Fi, there's the link on screen. It's also linked, or sorry, pinned in chat. It's also on the top of the screen as well. So, like I said, just to give you as much possible options. You know what I mean?
Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in. Here it comes. Welcome to the wheel.
Definitely got more Ko-Fi donation recently, but I also want chat to have a reason to use Ko-Fi, even if it isn't a forced script break. True. And I think even Dogs was the one today who was like, oh, just testing it out, see how it works. Which, again, like I said, it's going to be a gradual process, but it's definitely something like I like the way that like we're kind of keeping on top of this as well, where it's like the like you're kind of talking about like that perfect balance that we want to go for and all this kind of stuff as well. But yeah, like the one thing I just want to say or make clear is that it's like it's never this is set in stone and we're never changing this, because as Heraclitus teaches us in philosophy, the only constant is change.
Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll.
And we even could do a thing where like the premium memes are only on the Ko-Fi as well.
Here it comes.
That's another thing.
Welcome to the wheel.
But again, just spitball and all this kind of stuff as well. So I was thinking that even if we were to take what we were currently making on the YouTube and let's say we just made all of that in Ko-Fi instead,
Spin the wheel, see what's
like that would put us in a position where like I'm not sweating. You know what I mean? Like
flying fast.
I'm kind of like, okay, right, like we can like make this into a we can make this into like a proper thing kind of thing, you know what I mean?
Brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in. Here it comes. Welcome to the Wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight.
Ain't it beautiful? Ain't it beautiful? We're trying to get 20 of super chats, and someone decides to only 20 to qualify. It would be dumb not to count it when it was obvious they were trying to do. Yeah.
Strap in. Here it comes.
And like that's the thing that that if we just do both, like why not do both? That if they do the super chat goal, or if they want to do it in all one payment, that incentivizes the qualify as well. You know what I mean? But it's like when, for example, we're doing, let's say, the super chat goal, and then someone only does 5. That's when things get awkward. Do you know what I mean? Because like we could do that, but then like the difficulty is like keeping track of, oh, like there's 5, like what happens if there's like 5 on the qualify and then 5 super chats? Do you know what I mean? It doesn't seem like it's like it starts to get messy then. So it's like we need to, or like I need to think of a way to clean that up if people start mix and matching kind of thing. So how do we account for the mix and match? But yeah, like in terms of that like whole thing of like either hit the YouTube goal, or you can just go straight to the qualify now and do it. I think that's there's no reason not to do that, William. You know what I mean? Like you're saying, it'd be fucking retarded not to do that. So that's definitely something that like we need to make sure that we're accounted for as well.
Spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in. Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of Madness. Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows.
You gotta love hunters. I can tell you that.
One or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in. Here it comes. Welcome to the Wheel of Madness. Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see.
Yeehaw! Sugar! Well, I'm a little old leper town, 5 foot nothing in green. Got a rainbow for a May and a pop that's looking lean. I've been dancing on TikTok, selling shamrock and FTs. But the goal's running low, darling, won't you send a little to me? I'll jig on your screen, do a reel with me, beer. Drop a super chat, sugar, make a poor Sprite feel cheer. It's a wee bit of grip, but it's honest and true. I just need your dollars to sparkle like dew. Fill me pot of gold, pretty baby, won't you fill me pot of gold, make it overflow. Send a 5, send a 10, send 100 if you please. I'll be dancing on rainbows down my knees. Fill me pot of gold, honey, don't be shy. I'm a grifting little leprechaun with a twinkle in me eye. Come on, y'all, Venmo's have Leafy Grift 6 mine. I got Lucky Charms courses, just $9.99. Millionaire mindset from a fella who's never seen a dime. I'll bless your PayPal with a 4-leaf emoji spell. If the pot stays empty, I'm heading straight to well. I'll trade you a selfie with me pot for a tip. Add glitter and filters, make your timeline flip. It's a hustle with heart, just a wink and a nod. Help a leprechaun live like a countrified god. Fill me pot of gold, pretty baby, won't you fill me pot of gold, make it overflow. Send a 5, send a 10, send 100 if you please. I'll be dancing on rainbows down on my knees. Fill me pot of gold, honey, don't be shy. I'm a grifting little leprechaun with a twinkle in me eye. Cash App, Zelle, crypto, whatever floats your shamrock. the griftiest leprechaun you'll ever know. Kin Pee, fill me full.
Birds flying high, you know how I feel. Sun in the sky, you know how I feel. Breeze drifting on by, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. I'm feeling good, rainbows and gleaming, you know how I feel. Clover patch scheming, you know how I feel. Little green man dreaming, you know how I feel. He's a grifting leprechaun and I'm helping with his gold. Yeah, we're feeling good. Coins in the kettle, you know how I feel. Jig on the pebble, you know how I feel. Shillelagh and treble, you know how I feel. He's a sly little trickster, but his heart's made of gold. Feeling good, stars when you shine, you know how I feel. Scent of the pine, you know how I feel. Freedom is mine and I know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. And that leprechaun's pot is overflowing with gold. Yeah, we're feeling good. Fish in the sea, river running free, you know how I feel. Blossom on the tree, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. Me and my grifting leprechaun.
Me and my grifting leprechaun.
We're feeling good.
We're feeling good. Yeah, we're feeling good. And folks, we are finally back. We are finally back. We're getting our ass absolute. Oh shit! 1 sec. we're getting our ass absolutely handed to us in this dungeon. Holy shit, they do a lot of damage. But I think, right, the rationale here is that like all the low level dungeons, because like this is typically like a level 60 dungeon, but all the heroics are level 70, of course. So I think the logic is that like these dungeons are harder because they're like increased in value, whereas the other ones weren't as much. I don't think, at least, because holy shit, like it's it could be group comp as well because we have like 2 warriors. Let's be real, and warriors don't do a lot of damage this phase, as they say. So that could be a potentiality to it, but I don't know, man. I don't know. We need to start getting some serious upgrades in Carrot because I'm not going to be able to do this in every fucking like if this is like 2 weeks later and we're still like taking this much damage. Holy shit, boys. We will be in a bad state. Why are they all? Yeah, I'm just gonna pop my land hands, extra armor buff as well. We ain't fucking around because that's basically the crucial pull, I think, off the dungeon. Now we should be sitting pretty. But I think I've died 3 or 4 times so far. But this, ladies and gentlemen, is the last dungeon we need to get our mitigation cap and ready for Karazhan. And then we can start doing normals again. Because holy fuck, these have been difficult as fuck, bro. Before we check our armor now, our armor's up to 20k. You know what I'm saying? Because we have the lay on hands buff plus the stone shield buff. I mean, these mobs ain't gonna hit me for shit. We got about another 30 seconds. So we lose all that armor. So I gotta make sure that pull this one as quick as possible. Yep. Come on, come on, come on. We got about 15 seconds left. Like, that's the thing I've noticed with the taunt. You have to be you have to give like that second or 2 grace if they initially pull aggro. Just take a few breaths. Not a few breaths. Just to kind of like give it a moment to see if it does snap back. And if not, like just like watch their health to see are they coping with it or not. And if they are, then like if they're a good hunter, they should be able to avoid all the majority of damage, throw a trap down, like a lot of things the hunter can do. And it's about just having, like I said, kind of like faith or confidence in your teammates at the end of the day. And we wait for the tree to drink. Look at this. Look at this. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. But I think once I get tier, I don't even know how they're expecting me to take this much fucking damage. You know what I mean? Like every pull, it's like, is he gonna die? Okay. It's on about half mana. Go Pikuchi. I'm telling you, each pull, like, deep breaths, bro. Insane, man, the amount of fucking damage. But like the thing I just have to keep in mind is that Kara is not going to be as difficult as this. That's what I just have to keep repeating to myself. Kara is not going to be as difficult as this. And folks, just to remind you as well, we got our Ko-Fi there as well, if you're feeling generous. You know what I'm saying? And if you want to just skip the YouTube super chat stuff that we're doing, just go straight and say, nah, I don't want the next grift break. You can just do 20 straight on Ko-Fi straight away, baby. I'll take care of you guys to make sure not to kill each other. What's your debuff? Oh, okay. I get you. I get what he's saying. 3, 2, 1. Are we dead? Yeah, we're dead. Surviving an odd amount of time here. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you can't dispel that. Basically, the problem is that the boss is a debuff where it does an insane amount of damage to anyone who's standing close to you. Obviously, it's a pain in the hole because we've 2 melee and a tank. Tank harder. Yeah, just tank harder, bro. I'm giving her all she's got, Captain. You know what I mean? Holy shit, boys. Redonkulous amount of damage that we're taking. Like, I'm pretty sure that debuff does like 7,500 damage to anyone that's standing near you. Which is like literally the equivalent of like the warrior's health bar. Do you know what I mean? It will literally one-shot them. So what the fuck am I supposed to do? What the fuck am I supposed to do? Aye, aye, aye. I guess I could not use wings on... No. Thinking if I didn't use wings, then I'd have a bubble, but that's only for one. You know what I mean? I'm pretty sure some of these mechanics, like, you're supposed to have resist gear or some shit like that for them as well. Make it like a rogue and evade it. Yeah, but I got a shield. I'm all about the block. I ain't got no dodge. Well, technically I have a 16.21% dodge. So we got a bit of dodge, but we don't have like rogue levels of dodge. You know what I'm saying? They got like 50. You know what I mean? Half the time they dodge 100% of the time. Yeah, this is a horrendous fucking comp, by the way. 2 warriors and a hunter. Like, come on, give me a fucking chance. Dodge chance is funny. And been too long. You're saying been too long since you've been here? Pretty sure you were here like last week or the week before. I mean. Dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge. Shadow resistance aura. Yeah. Okay, we're going to do shadow resistance aura. And that's pretty much all we can do. So let me just new slash p get out. I have debuff. I guess I'll put it here for the time being. Okay, here we go. These are like literally this boss and the next boss are the literal 2 only ones. Sorry, these are the last 2 that we need, and then we finally get our relic, which is like it's necessary. You know what I mean? We should have enough threat lead to just, like I said, micromanage. Of course, I lose fucking aggro as soon as I say that. Oh my fucking god. God, man. The debuff got me. The debuff got me. He's got shield wall. Yeah, we're fucked. Been too long since MMO days. Hey, what can I say, man? Well, we're bringing it back, baby. I think so long as we just, yeah, we just stop TBS. Give them a bit of motivation, you know, good job on the ads, guys, you know, let's get her done, all this kind of shit. But yeah, like I don't know. Like ideally I should be like fully consumed up and all this kind of shit. Like I don't flash, that could be an extra 1k health. But I would be consumed up. Only for I don't have the money. So I only got 57 gold, which means I need to go back questing. Like I said, I need to make sure I got these heroics done before we went into the raid, which is like in 2 days. So, but the nice thing is we got plenty of quests. We still have like, I think like the last bit of Netherstorm. We still have Blaze Edge Mountains to get into, Nagran, Terracore Forest, and Shadow Moon Valleys. All quests, all a lot of gold. So we're not really too worried in terms of the gold. About getting these last 2 bosses, and then we can get our fucking Libram. We can get our book. You know what I mean? But I have a feeling this is the one. This is it. Where I think we're going to get it this time. Put on that. And for the pet, I want to do might. We drink up as well. And we wait till everyone's full mana. I didn't have my Righteous Fury switched on. I am an idiota. Well, I'm just gonna let the pet tank, and then I taunt off the hunter. And now the aggro drops. Wait till it ends. Gonna start smacking the warriors. Okay, the pet is doing his thing. Get the fuck away from the warrior. Okay, nuke 'em, boys. Nuke 'em, boys. Nuke him. There we go. Told you we get it this time, boys. Never any doubt, as they say. Oh, shit. I'm fucking dead. Get him off me. Okay. And then we make sure get rid of that macro. We got a badge of justice. We're up to 14 badge of justice. So just one more boss left, ladies and gentlemen. Before we can, I don't know, do something easier maybe. Because holy shit, this has been intense. And the funniest thing is, like, Kara's going to be like fucking way easier, man. Like, the raid is going to be easier than this. That's the fucking weird thing, you know? Easy mode, but boop don't bitch out. Hey, what can I say? But Bubba don't bitch out. But it's more so like I have what I need. Like at the moment, all I've been doing is like gearing towards carrots. So like all like the specific items that I have and all the ones like the enchants and all the stuff that I got like was specifically around this whole notion of I need to make sure that I'm ready for Kara week 1 and then we can sort out anything else afterwards. So like I said, in terms of where we're at, once I get this last boss down, then I have like the bare bones essential what I need to get into Kara. And once I get into Kara, there's like so many pieces that are bis. And not only that, but there's pieces that are like they're not necessarily bis, but they're better than what I got at the moment as well. So we'll have to see what the comp setup is, because I think at the moment we have 2 paladins and 2 druids, which is nice. I'm pretty sure one of the druids isn't level 70 yet, which is he's level 69 at the moment. So, but like I said, we still have like 2 days. But like you've seen the fucking damage here, Kronos. You know what I mean? What am I gonna do? Tank harder, Yak. Yaki, just tank it harder, Yaki. Do your job, Yaki. I'm just fucking with you. Kind of miss playing this shit on release, but I can't anymore. Hey, it is what it is. And like I said about the fucking with me, that's what you're supposed to do. I'm supposed to be stressed out my fucking wazoo doing this shit, and you guys are supposed to be roasting me at the same time. And then that's when I throw up this meme. You're up you, you dick. I'm tanking me best. Okay, we're on the fire resist. We're on to the fire resist. Yeah, I'm not even going to waste my mana on these mobs, man. I'm just going to do boom, boom. Go fuck yourselves. Okay, that was a wasted stun. Oh, you motherfucker. Oh, shit. We're supposed to have that dude killed before this dragon pops down. Oh my god, we're dead. We're fucking dead. Oh. Chance. I hope. And that druid's gonna need to fucking move. Are you not entertained? Fucking Boyakasha. Ah, was it a fucking shit? It is what it is. Tanking is a thankless job. Tanking is a thankless job. But we did it. We fucking did it, boys and girls. Kind of dumb, but I replayed the OG Warcraft series the past few months. Not kind of dumb. That's a bit of nostalgia for there, baby. We got our 15 badges of justice. You know, because we're paladins and shit. We worry about the justice and stuff. We got Maximoko. Welcome in, welcome in. And again, William. Absolute MVP. Remind us all, don't forget to support the show, because chat, if we have 29 minutes left to avoid a grift break. If not, then we're going on the grift break. I'm probably going to get something to eat. You know what I'm saying? So, it's up to you, chat. It is up to you. Thank you for a run. And I'm getting the fuck out of here. Holy shit. Like, I knew heroics were going to be difficult, but that difficult? Like, yeah, you literally cannot tank a pack of 4 mobs. That's how bad it is. Like, this is like pre-raid BIS. Like, this is basically like, you look up a BIS list, it's going to start talking about all these different items they have on. I mean, saying, oh, you need to make sure you get this. It's like, yeah, fucking damn straight, you need to make sure you get this. Holy shit. But the key essential item that we need, that we won't take off, maybe for the rest of the expansion, increase block shield rating by 42. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And Kronos with the $20. He says $5 for daddy Googles or goggles or Googles, and 2 for Amelia, another 3 for the government, and Leprechaun might get half. We might just get half, Kronos. Thank you very kindly for that. Let me play this clip. I haven't played this clip in a long time. Are we having fun yet, Kronos? That is the main question. Are we having fun? I think we are. I think we are. And like I said, like that is like, can any of yous shred a guitar like that? Can yous? Because to me, that shit is impressive. I'm not gonna lie. I ain't gonna front. Wait, where the fuck did I put my? Oh, there we go. We put this there. Then we can just throw that in there. Or shit, fuck it. We just throw that in there. Let me see. Let me see what else. We put that there. Try to get some, reclaim a bit of bag space, as they say. And we can kind of throw those two down there. Now we need to think. We need to think. Wait, can I click off this? Okay, I can click off all this. So unbuffed, we're sitting about 12.5k armor, which is about 54% mitigation. Tarek, I see what he's doing. We'll let it count. Hey, my man. My man. Absolute gentleman and scholar. So I'm going to wait till that one fades out. Let me know if this is retarded, William. But I'm going to let that super chat fade out into 25 minutes, and then I'm going to reset it from there, if you get me. You know what I mean? Yeah. So like that's what I'm saying. So it's like, we're not going to do the forced script break in 25 minutes. And then on top of that, like I said, like we'll just reset the super chat when it gets to 25 minutes, if you get me. But yeah, heroics are no joke. Fuck that shit. I think we're just gonna quest. But yeah, to catch up on chat as well. Not sure if the war timing is right, but still funny. Yeah, true. There won't be a forced script break. Oh yeah. Spicy taters is yummy. Hey, my man. Can you explain why the British went all over and collected so many spices, among other things, but never put them on their own food? Because it's like the whole thing of like, don't get high on your own supply. You know what I mean? Like, why would we use this item when we can just sell it for even more gold and even more wealth? So then we can do more invasions, more all this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? So like that's my rationale behind it, at least. You know. Just throwing a coin to the leprechaun. Thanks though. Hey man, 100%. Like I said, we're up to 73. You know what I'm saying? Every little helps. Help the wee little Pepe con. You know what I'm saying? You heard of leprechauns, but this is a Pepe con. You know what I'm saying? Gotta fill that pot of gold, baby. But yeah, appreciate you, Carly. Thank you very much, Kronos. Like I said, man, like, even like the $2 donations. Like if we get enough of them, like that adds up. You know what I mean? And then come the end of the year when we do the total, well, not the end of the year. It won't be totaling up at the end of the year. But I do want to get on track of like keeping the monthly records. So then, like I said, we can keep track of the Ko-Fi, because the Ko-Fi is a bitch to. With the YouTube, it'll tell you what the monthly thingabob is, but with the Ko-Fi, it doesn't give you like it doesn't condense it down. Neither does PayPal. It literally just records the individual ones. But I want to look into that to see if I can simplify that down, because that'd be a lot easier to keep track of then. But yeah, where are we going? We need gold. Well, first of all, let me test this. A little mitigation macro. So we're currently need 1 point. So we're 2% off. We're 2% off in terms of mitigation cap. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Okay. Oh. Now let me see. And then right, so we need some of the gold. Where the fuck about? Oh no, because I'm going to be in enhancement shamans group. I think they give you 2% dodge anyway with their totem. YouTube pays out through AdSense or something. Yeah, it's true, the AdSense. And doesn't that require specific amounts for a payout? My info is all, but that's how I understand it. Yeah, you need to get like a minimum of something like 80 or something like that. So like 80 a month in order for it to pay out. And then, but like the reason why I'm saying it's easier with that is because like I can just like keep track of like what's going into the bank account. You know what I mean? So I have that like one nice sum there. You know what I mean? Whereas with the Ko-Fi and the PayPal, it doesn't do it on a monthly thing. So it's like it's trade-offs when you think about it, because it's like, yeah, the YouTube's easier to kind of like do all the accounting and the bookwork and all this kind of shit on, but with the but you're not able to get the funds till the next month, till the 20th of the next month. Whereas with the PayPal or Ko-Fi, like the funds are like instantly available kind of thing. So like I said, there's benefits and cons to both. Yeah, we got ourselves a bit of gold coming in, thankfully. We're up to 88 gold, 81 silver, and 27 copper. You know what I mean? I don't have PayPal and never use Ko-Fi, but did you know, Kronos, you don't need to sign up to Ko-Fi to use it. It literally, you can just click the link and it takes you to a page, and you can just, it's just like a payment page. I mean, you don't have to do an account. You don't have to do none of that. You know what I mean? So like Ko-Fi is a lot easier, kind of like mainline or mainstreamed or whatever the fuck you want to call it. You know? Yeah, I'm missing 2% avoidance here. Wait, let me do this actually. I do this. And I click off the bus. Okay, one sec. If I do 77 agility, let's see how that affects it. Oh shit. Yeah, we can get like 4.5-ish mitigation. And if I take that off, what is it now? Yeah, so that shaman totem's worth about 3% mitigation. Which means technically I do have mitigation cap, so long as I have an enhancement shaman in my group. So I don't think I need to worry or stress too much about that at the moment. Like I said, I think the main thing now is just to get the gold. We need to get the gold. And yeah, like I said, the Ko-Fi is really easy. Like Jack had the same mindset as you, Kronos. Like he was kind of saying, "Oh no, like it's I've never used it before, and I don't want to have to sign up an account, all this kind of stuff." And then he tried it out, and he was like, "No, this is actually surprisingly easy to use. It's literally you just go to the payment page, and then boom, bada bing, bada boom." The Ko-Fi is next level. It's legit, as they say. But you can test it out if you want. Like do like a 2 or a 5 thing just as a tester and see if I'm talking shit or not. Do you know what I mean? Because it should just be like literally a payment page, and then it's good to go. As I say, PayPal is cringe in my opinion. Why I want to make randos, give randos my name and shit. Granted, I know it's easily found, but like nah. And like again, that's a nice thing about the Ko-Fi as well. Not only do you not have to sign up for an account, but I'm pretty sure you can just do anonymous. We've had anonymous Ko-Fi payments before as well. You know what I mean? Yeah, I've seen it's been popular, just haven't tried. Yeah, but like this is the thing as well. Like I don't have, I'm not allowed to get Cash App because I'm not an American citizen. Like I wish we could have just done the Cash App, because there's been plenty of people who've said, "Oh, like if you had the Cash App, I'd be able to send it." But you know what I mean? All this kind of stuff. I'm old, aren't we all? Aren't we all? Teriak, have you been to Divine Liturgy yet? No, I have not. I have not. But like I said, in terms of the Crucible debate between Gnostic Informant and Jay, that was a really good debate. I don't know if you guys seen that, but that was a really good debate. And then if you notice, at the end when they're having callers on, your boy popped up. I basically said to Neil, like, if Christianity, like you had Jason Rezrajani on your podcast or on your panel, and he was making the claim that it seems very clear that Christianity is Plato's brainchild. So then my question to all the Platonists is, why do you not support Christianity? And Neil said because they bastardized the noose. But my counter to that, and again, I was only allowed to ask one question. I technically asked two, but I was only allowed to ask one question, so I didn't want to kind of push any of the I didn't want to test my luck essentially on the thing as well. But my counter to Neil after that is like, if they bastardize the noose, like, could you say that you're bastardizing the noose? Because like, it's clear that, and like, this is like from, like, again, Giorgiani's own words, that people are not able to grasp the impersonal. You have to personalize it. Otherwise, they're not going to be able to grasp it. You know what I mean? I have an argument for why orthodoxy is correct and you should listen. Yeah, go ahead. This is Chat and Chill, baby. I literally will read every single chat. What the whole design's for, baby. Bruno's saying, is UK really trying to ban dogs? Oh, bro, don't even get me started on the UK. Redonkulous. Like, for me, it was like watching that video of the woman, like, literally silently praying, and the police officer saying, so you were praying? And she was like, yeah, but I was doing it in my head. And he was like, yeah, well, I'm going to arrest you on... I was like, what the fuck is going on? You know what I mean? If God came to Earth and gave truth for humans, or truth framework, for how to celebrate God via Christian practice, then Orthodoxy is the one with that true framework. Okay? Why? I think it's apostolic procession. Is that it? I just want to make sure that's where you're going with the apostolic procession. Brona says, I mean, they seemingly try to in USA, but aside from ATF, that shit ain't happen. No, man. Like that's the thing. That's why you're like, you still gotta have hope, because like Europe, like people pointed, and I've pointed Dearborn, Michigan, all stuff in the past, just to kind of like highlight to Americans that it's like, if you think that you're immune to this problem, you are not. You know what I mean? But the saving grace for America is like 50% Americans aren't atheists. 50% of Europeans are atheists. You know what I mean? That's the really fucking worrying thing. And there you have this like surge of Islam and all this kind of shit coming into play. It ain't looking good for Europe, man. I'm telling you that for a fact. If the start is the apostles, then they are Orthodox. They would have the truth framework to establish the Church of Truth. Not saying God have a list of the exact practice, but rather the framework. Logically speaking, we can't know the full ontology of truth. Yeah, so like you're kind of pointing to like the, I think I'm getting this correct, but let me know if I'm getting this wrong. The apostolic procession, meaning that it's like been passed down from generation to generation, all this kind of stuff, like from the original apostles all the way down. But then the counter to that would be the counter, at least I would have to that would be, well, if we look at like Twitter, right? Like, which is the, or Twitter or X, you know what I mean? Like, which is the, oh shit, one sec. Oh yeah, fuck. I was meant to actually send that on to you, William. My bad. But what the fuck was I saying? Yeah, like in terms of like X and Twitter, you know what I mean? Like if we're trying to point to, it's like, okay, like what is the original message of Twitter? Are we going to go back to what it originally was, or are we going to go to what it is now? You know what I mean? Like, are X and Twitter two separate things? And like I said, like this gets deep into like the law of identity. It's like how are we identifying what we actually mean? You know what I mean? Let me just get the Ko-Fi in there as well. Let's do a wee refresh just to make sure. Bada bing, bada boom. So I got that. In a manner of speaking, yes, the truth has been passed down. If God is God, then you can't argue he can't introduce truth to us. And via his love, be able to keep his established truth. Yeah, but the key thing here is that it's like you're talking about like the church itself, because like for example, like the Catholics and the Protestants would also argue, no, like we believe in God, and like we're saying in terms of the God, but we're saying that this is veered off course from what it was supposed to be. I mean, hence the name Protestant. They're protesting, you know. And like that, well, technically they got the name when they done it against the Catholic Church, but let's be real, like that thing is literally just the continuation of like the Roman Emperor and all this kind of shit. Like let's just call a spade here, you know. So like that's what I'm saying in terms of the kind of like where I'm at with it. But even like I said, like what many would say, oh, like that's the quote unquote problem of Protestantism. Like I'd argue that like Protestantism, the fact that you have like Protestantism and the Orthodoxy in Christianity, that's what kind of solidifies it, where it's like it's clearly Christian, but like what type of Christian? You know what I mean? And like when does it go too far with that? You get what I'm saying? Like when can we like point out and say, no, this is crazy shit, we shouldn't be doing this? Like for example, the Salem witch trials. Like are we saying that those are justified? Because I'd say, nah, that's getting crazy shit then. You know what I mean? This is why you should attend liturgy, because it's the maintained practice of truth and loving God in a manner of speaking. Yeah, but like this is what that's what I'm saying, where it's like you're saying like the Orthodox is the way and all this kind of stuff, but then like I said, the counter then would be, it's like, well then why are the Protestants protesting? You know what I mean? And then there is that whole kind of like counter thing. I was like, well, like a lot of Protestants do seem to turn to Orthodoxy when like everyone's on the table, all this kind of stuff. The way I look at it though, is kind of like the Orthodoxy is like the Greeks, the ancient Greeks. Then obviously the Catholics are the Romans, like they're literally the Roman Catholics. And then the Protestants are like the Norse. You know what I mean? And when you see that in terms of the peoples as well, you know, Russia is like heavily Orthodox. You know, like obviously Italy and Spain also like heavily Catholic, and then like all like Sweden, Scandinavia, all this kind of stuff, heavily Protestant. It's like, wait a second. You know what I mean? So like that's the way I kind of make sense of it, and that's why I say it's like it's clear that it's like the Christianity, but what flavor? That's the main thing, you know. The sink is innocent, but float means evil thing. That shit was dumb as hell. Wait, what do you mean the sink is innocent? I don't think the sink is innocent. I don't trust that sink. Let that sink in. It gives you that answer. Protestants reinterpret the truth. Same with Roman Catholic. Yeah, but they say the same thing to you. No, they say that it's like your interpretation's wrong, and they say it's like, well, no, your interpretation's wrong, and then Orthodox says, well, we have the history, and it's like, yeah, but just because you have the history doesn't mean that you have the truth. You know what I mean? Because it's basically the thing you gotta like factor in. It's like, could it potentially? Because like here's basically like the counter question would be, could it be possible that the Orthodox Church has been corrupted or has been led astray? You know what I mean? And if you're saying no, that's impossible, but then it's just basically, it goes down to, well, there's no counter. You know what I mean? It's just Orthodox is the way, and Orthodox is the way. There's no kind of like there's no nuance or debate or anything like that in terms of it. Do you know what I mean? You're just kind of like tunnel visioned on the thing. You know what I mean? But if you say yes, it can be corrupted, or it was corrupted, or whatever, well, then isn't that what the Protestants have been saying? You know what I mean? Now, again, we're saying quote unquote Protestants, but like, holy shit, like there's so many different strains of Protestants. Like, are we talking about Calvinist? Are we talking about Anglican? Are we talking about, you know what I mean? Like what exactly are we talking about when it comes to the Protestants? We talking about like the LGBT nonsense thing that they're trying to push. You know what I mean? And I think Andrew was it? I don't know if it was the Joe Rogan, but I'm pretty sure like Andrew was like talking about like nominal Christians. There are people who were like nominal Christians, which I think is like the safest way to describe yourself. Because like there's a lot of people that like, I even noticed like people who were like, yeah, I'm Christian, all this kind of stuff, and then like they have to sit down with like Andrew or Jay or Jim Bob or look even Easy, and then they kind of go, well, hang on a second, maybe the stuff that I'm talking about is wrong, and you have that kind of whole back and forth. You know what I mean? But one thing I'm for certain of is that we are a people with a forgotten past. And with the amount of shit that I've seen, I would argue like there's been a deliberate intention to hide the history, to hide our heritage. You know what I mean? Orthodoxy doesn't reinterpret the practice. Yeah, but in terms of the flip side to it, like you're saying that the original one, or you're even just taking on face that like what they're saying in terms of the practice has not been corrupted. You know what I mean? Therefore, it's more reliable. But yeah, but I'm trying to give an example of like let's say an original or like a first iteration of an idea, and then that idea to be copied, and then to explore a different avenue versus the other one. Like like best way I could think of like at the moment that I'm pulling is like the whole like operating system, like Mac versus OS, or Mac versus Linux, I should say. You know what I mean? Like in that one, you could say, okay, which one is the true programming language? You know what I mean? Like, is it forward slash or is it backslash for file domains? You know what I mean? Wasn't that the witch trials that? Yeah. Like that's where like I could clearly put point out and say like that's where like Christianity has gone too fucking far. You know what I mean? When you're like literally like burning women and accusing them of being witches and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? So then the question becomes like, obviously that wasn't the Orthodox, that was the fucking Protestants, I think. But like there's some people who say no, that shit was justified. That bitch was the spawn of Satan. You know what I mean? And that's where we kind of go, okay, like, what are we trying to do here? You know? William, again, the MVP saying, chat, can we hit $80? We're only $7 away. Can we hit 80? Can I get an 80? Sections of Orthodoxy has been corrupted. Okay. Fair. That's why you analyze the practice, see if it's consistent with the past. But another thing as well is like in terms of like how do you factor for change? You know what I mean? Because like one could say like a man having multiple wives is immoral. Okay. We say monogamy is the policy and having multiple wives is immoral, right? But if we did find ourselves in a situation where there's like the population gets reduced to like 10% and there's only like a handful of men with a fuckload of women. You know what I mean? In that scenario, like you're going to have to change the practice. You're going to have to say it's like, yeah, like these guys, you're going to have to be able to handle multiple women. You know what I mean? I know like a lot of modern day men are saying, Jesus, Terry, one woman's fucking bad enough. I know, I get that. But what I'm saying is like in terms of change, how do we factor that in? Because like, and this is why like Islam can, like this is why I go so hard against Islam, is because like Islam like makes the definitive case, you cannot change. This is unchangeable. This is the written word of God, or Allah as they call it. You know what I mean? All this kind of stuff. And it is unchanging. Like we are not changing anything in this thing. You know what I mean? Which is why like this is fundamentally incompatible. You know what I mean? But like I said, like when I brought up the Protestant thing, like there's nothing stopping like the Protestants from just starting a new church. Oh, this didn't work. Let's go again. You know what I mean? There's nothing technically stopping a Protestant from doing that. You know what I mean? And you might be against that, but in terms of like actually trying to work out the ultimate end goal, or like the goal essentially, I would argue it's like we see that like applied in common practice, common parlance, whatever you want to call it. Not common parlance. It's kind of like common practice in the likes of science. All this stuff is like to have iterative software development, technology, all this stuff, iterative development. You know what I mean? I could potentially be dead here, folks. And speak of Discord, I'm streaming at the moment, bro. Hard to get ideas out quick enough. Up to you. Yeah, we got a Discord there. You can like send me any messages. Got there in the end, boys. We got there in the end. We can help you understand what I mean in a voice chat. I can't explain. I can explain change in a voice chat. Hard to get it out here. Corner says, I get flame for this shit all the time. When I'm not Christian, I have the ideas and beliefs generally next to it. No belief in God, but more evil exists, which seems to prove good also exists. Exactly. Like this is the thing, Cronus, and this is what pisses me so much, pisses me off so much about atheists, is that like they will go to that level of like, no, like the Christians are big mad or big meanie or whatever. Yeah, I've been killing all these mobs and I'm supposed to use an item to do it. That is annoying. Anyways, but yeah, like that's what annoys me so much about the atheists. Like they give nothing to the Christians, right? To the point where they would rather like side with a fucking Muslim than a Christian. And that's when I'm like, oh, milady doth protest too much. You know what I mean? Like it's time to just like stop listening to anybody who calls himself an atheist. I don't give a fuck about your degrees. I don't give a fuck about your thing. Like I'm not listening to anymore. Y'all have some weird fucking traumatic fucking things you need to fucking deal with because I don't know, like the pastor fucking gave out to you when you were young or some shit like that. You know what I mean? Like seriously, like they need to get over themselves because like this shit is starting to seriously affect like the common man's life. Do you know what I mean? Evil is the privation of good, which is God. But like again, like that's what Kronos is pointing to. It's like, how can you say that evil exists? Like, how can like all these atheists say that evil exists and say, oh, the Christians have the problem of evil? You know what I mean? But if evil exists, what is good? You know what I mean? Oh, sorry. If evil exists, what's the opposite of evil? Surely good, no? A couple of these. A few cleanses. And we get the lay on hands. And we're Gucci. Gunnar says Islam is kind of funky. Claims to. Oh shit, I'm really far behind. Islam is kind of funky. What's that? Yep, cool beans. And then so yeah, Zach, you can send me all that over the Discord thing. But bear in mind, I'm streaming. But how'd you, sir? I really want to see if I can convince you about orthodoxy. Again, like I've had the conversations with Jim Bob and all this kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like my last Jim Bob debate was literally it turned into orthodoxy. You know what I mean? Because again, I took the debate to kind of like test the. Well, it was multifaceted. There was a lot to it, but like fundamentally, the main reason why is that it's like if Jim Bob accepted that thing of like the empirical evidence for God, then it's like okay, the atheists have no ground to stand on because the Christian, like Jim Bob is literally saying it's like, duh, that's what we call God. You know what I mean? The only thing to explain motion is God. You know what I mean? You know? So like that's my kind of like thing on it. It's like that, like I'm willing to accept the debate purely because there might be some sort of like higher end goal that we can get here. You know what I mean? And again, chat, let's see how high we can get it. Can we get the goal? Goal is 200. It's an ambitious goal, but we still got time. We still got time. 1 second, I need to make sure the super chat. Okay, that ended. So then this is the hour long goal. We have Zach with the 1 gift and membership. Thank you very kindly, sir. And just let me do this and this, and then we should be Gucci. And then Kronos with the 20 again says, I need to keep this talkie going. Sorry, Yak, but your sleep time is being bought. No worries, bro. You can buy all my sleep time. If you keep donating, you can buy all the sleep times. You get a sleep time. You get a sleep time. Everybody gets a sleep time. You know what I mean? Zach says, I wouldn't really be debating, but doing back and forth with the layman. Sometimes conversation can do better than a debate. Yeah, no, 100%. Like that was basically, I wouldn't say like that, like me and Jim Bob had a necessary debate. Like parts of it was conversation. Part of it did get like, you know, back and forth and, you know, give the folks a show and all this kind of stuff. But it was very much like the conversation, you know what I mean? And like I said, like for me, it's more so about like my own kind of like personal, my own kind of personal research. Cause like I've heard like a lot of people give like the arguments, even from the like, cause like Jim Bob like talked about the whole noose and how like the noose is important and all this kind of stuff. which again, a lot of it is down to like me making sure that like I'm able to I'm actually doing the research myself. You know what I mean? Because the whole thing that like my end goal here is like the destruction, like the actual destruction of atheism. You know what I mean? I want to be denigrated down to where like if you call yourself an atheist, is that you're like saying it's like, oh, I'm incapable of tying my own shoes. Like that's what I want to see atheism as. The same way that like the Christians want me myself like want this all back, like that social stigma around prostitution. Like I want that social stigma the same, not only for prostitution but also for atheism. You know what I mean? Because how can you explain this, whatever this is, like life, you know what I mean, without some sort of higher power? You know what I mean? Like, how can you explain a simulation without a computer? You know what I mean? You can't. You cannot explain a simulation without a computer. So, what is the computer to life? Sounds a lot like that God character the Christians talk about. Call me crazy. You know what I mean? And it's like, even like this is why again, like easy's the place to be. You know what I mean? Because like you get that back and forth like many times between like the Protestants and the Orthodox, and like to me it's literally like watching like the dialogues of like the Norse and the Greeks, like going back and forth. So like I don't know, man. Like it's a tough one, but like that's why so many people, you know, it's such a big thing to so many people. You know what I mean? Chrono says, you said $7. Here's my tenner to keep shit rolling. Wait, tenner? That was 20 Chronos. Thank you very kindly, sir. Zach, thank you so much for buying gift membership. My man. My man. It's the Orthodox Christian in me that wanted to give to someone. Yeah, no, 100%. You know what I mean? Like, and that's another thing that was brought up. Where like they try to make out like that Christians are like the evil kind of like they want to control your life and all that stuff, and then it's like, okay, but then why are they the most charitable? You know what I mean? I don't want to be Oprah. 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 My man. Well, shit, I'm very far behind in chat. One sec. Let me just do this. Bada bing, bada boom. And then, appreciate you, guys, sir. In catechism class, you learn about the practice before you can be welcomed into the church. Yeah, I heard about the catechumen. Pretty sure Marte's catechumen and Paige and who else? I think there's someone else who's catechumen as well. But that's like that would be a distinction between like the whole, like when you look at like I don't even want to call them Protestant churches, bro, because it's literally just subversion. It's just like when they say we believe in a gender neutral God, like that's just subversion. Out now, plain and simple. You know what I mean? But like that whole thing of like making sure that you're legit, and it's not like, oh, like anybody who says that the Christian, yeah, you can just get your head dunked to heresy church and you're good to go kind of thing. Like that whole aspect of like proving yourself is much needed across the board, I think, in society as well. But again, that's why it's a practice. You know, it instills it. And then you look at the atheists and say, okay, what are we going to do, Mr. Atheist? What is your counter proposal? Same thing, but I don't want it to be called Christianity. Okay, bro. Okay. You know, the atheists have a lot of complaining, but no solutions. You know, conversations are better than debates because, in my opinion, debates are shit tricks to win, while conversation can change the minds of belief. I would agree partially with this, that a lot of debates can turn into this whole thing of like, I want to win. What I've noticed is if you go into the debate, and this is why like you have to be willing to lose a debate before you can win a debate. You know what I mean? You have to be able to lose on purpose to be able to win with purpose. Like if you go into the debate not looking to win, but to look for truth, bro, it ends up being a win-win. Because even if you lose, you still win because you're still getting knowledge, you're still getting wisdom, you're still getting truth. You know what I mean? And if you lose, if you win the debate, then it's like that backs up your truth. You know what I mean? History and practice. Heck, you can go into an Orthodox Vespers and get a lot of information if you want to see Orthodoxy is true. Yeah, no, but this is what I'm saying. I want the outside scope. You know what I mean? Like, for example, like, if I want to find out if Islam was true or not, I'm not gonna talk to a Muslim or to an imam. You know what I mean? I'm gonna say, okay, this is their book, this is what they've all been talking about and all this kind of shit. Let me investigate certain things like this, and like straight off the bat in the Quran, like it's like Allah says to Iblis, you will bow to no one except for me. And Iblis is like, aye, Captain. And then literally like the next fucking page, it's like, Iblis, this is Adam, this is man. I want you to bow to man. Wait, what? Bro, we haven't even got past the first page here. You know what I mean? It's ridiculous. You know what I mean? So like there are ways to come at it, kind of say, okay, what way did it move? Okay, they're saying this thing, but they're doing that thing, all this kind of shit as well. You know what I mean? Like in terms of the whole like belief in a higher power, belief that like God is real, like Zach 100%, like I'm on the affirmative, like God is real. You know what I mean? But who has the most accurate representation? That's the story of life almost, you know. An hour max once a week. You could ask a bunch of questions as well. You could see if a priest answers all your problems with X, Y, and Z. Well, yeah, no, but like that's what I'm saying. Like a lot of my questions would be to compare and contrast Orthodoxy versus Protestantism. But if I only go to Orthodoxy, well, I'd have to go to both. I'd have to go to Protestantism and then Orthodoxy as well. And then I'm basically kind of going back and forth and then trying to cross compare and all this kind of shit. Whereas like the whole like fruits of your labor, like that's a key thing to, and this actually goes in the benefit of Orthodox. When you look at who are the best theologians, who are the best theological debaters or debaters on religion or Christianity, it seems like they're all Orthodox, bro. Jay Dyer, Orthodox. Jim Bob, Orthodox. Andrew, Orthodox. You know what I mean? And I'm convinced that's because the Orthodox is infused with the Greek. There was like a cross-pollination and the fact that like when Orthodoxy was there, it's like there was a lot of these, they were willing to look back into the ancient Greeks and say, no, this actually justifies what we're talking about. You know what I mean? They were actually saying that they agree with us. You know? You only get half, remember? Yeah, but it's still something. I'd rather something than nothing, Kronos. You know what I'm saying? Beggars can't be choosers, you know? Also, bud, I messaged you in Discord about having a conversation sometime. Yeah, no, 100%. Like, you could just write out the arguments. And then, like I said, I'll give you the counter positions. You know what I mean? Well, all Christians, perfect, who aren't Orthodox are trans Christians. Nice. They're Christians, but they're not a Christian. You know what I mean? Like, and a key way to highlight that is like, can someone claim to be Christian and also claim not to follow Christ? You know? I won't do it publicly because I don't want to give arguments to assholes. Yeah, no, 100%. 100%. You win or you learn. Exactly. In terms of that whole dynamic of what mentality you want to go or you want to have when you're going into the debate. And also just remind everybody the panel is open. We only have an hour left. They reset the super chat call. Yes, we've reset the super chat call as well. So we have that in order. If you want to know history, isn't it fair to say you want to read early church fathers or people who give you early church fathers positions? Yeah, no, 100%. I'm not saying that I'm going to ignore the orthodox arguments or the orthodox point of view and all that stuff, but like I'm coming at it from let me think about the best way to describe this. Might take me a couple of seconds. Probably the best way to describe it is that it's like it's not only like just kind of like the narrow history that we do have, because I understand like a lot of texts have been burned over the years, a lot of things have happened, all this kind of shit and things and all that kind of stuff. But like it's not only in terms of like, okay, I have the religion, like I want to have, like you kind of said there with the history, like I want to have the whole history. And I know for a fact that they are lying to us about how World War II went down. That's like this whole thing of like the Allies cracked the Enigma and then we magically won the war. That's bollocks. That is pure and total utter bollocks. Okay? You know what I mean? There's no way that you would have been able to crack Enigma unless you had someone in the inside or you made a deal with a coup d'etat. You know what I mean? They made it, however. But because that went down, the word Aryan is like, I'm not even able to put like that word in my stream title. Like I literally tried to do a stream about that, and they literally it was like the most severe thing. It was no one could even watch it. It was like instantly taken down. It wasn't like, oh, you can't monetize or whatever. It was like, this is blocked across the globe. You know what I mean? So like that's one thing that's kind of I wouldn't say irrespective of religion, because it like religion ties to everything, of course. I mean, God ties to everything. But like this whole thing of like, why won't they actually let us like talk about the actual history of like where that word comes from? Because it doesn't come from Germany. Aryan doesn't come from Germany. Aryan existed long before the Germans ever existed. You know what I mean? And why are they lying about that? You know what I mean? So like there's that whole aspect to it, as well as trying to dig down in terms of like what is the quote unquote true religion and things like that. Do you know what I mean? Because another thing that's an aspect of that, it's like, oh, did I think I failed the quest. I was talking too much. Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is, folks. Sorry, one sec. Okay, no, I didn't accept it. But yeah, like one thing is that it's like, how do we? Because like before Christianity, there would have been people who were convinced that like whatever religion, like let's say Judaism, like that was the way. You know what I mean? And then Jesus came, and they didn't believe him because they were like, no, this is the way. This is like we're Jews. We're not following Christ. You know what I mean? So it's like, how do we know as Christians that that's like that moment's not gonna come? And then at that way, like I want to be able to determine for myself or to know myself, rather than having to say, okay, whatever the church decides we're doing, are we following this guy or we're not following this guy? You know what I mean? Because I think that's the problem that the Jews ran into. They listened to the Sadducees and the Pharisees rather than trusting their gut and saying, no, this, like, why the fuck are we crucifying a dude that all he done was talked? He just spoke truth, and they crucified him, and they released a mass murderer. You know what I mean? That to me, you know, it like that story alone. You know what I mean? And there's a reason why that story has continued through cultures. You know what I mean? You go back to the ancient Greeks, that is the story of Prometheus. You know what I mean? I refuse churches because most of my locals are too woke and fucked beyond imagination, supporting drug dealers because they're just supporting their family. Come the fuck on, earn legal money, bitches. Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. Is like at that point, is that even a Christian church? is that even like Protestantism? Because when you look to Martin Luther and all this kind of shit, he wasn't making arguments that like, oh, we want to have, you know, gay marriage. That's not why he was protesting. You know what I mean? Nothing really has a guarantee with your time being rewarded. Yes, nothing is guaranteed, but you can put yourself in a position where it's kind of like what I was talking about with the debate thing. If you go into it with the mentality of, I'm just here for truth, I'm not here to quote unquote win. Do you know what I mean? Like that's what I was saying, where it's like you win or you learn. Like Vince was saying, you win or you learn. It's a win-win situation, you know. And we only need $4 to get to $100. My man, William. World War II history is fucking insane, bro. It's all lies. It's all a fugazi. And it centers around that word that I said earlier on. I don't want to say it too much in case bots pick up on it and they're like, take him down now. You know what I mean? I agree. I'm not sure that Germany was evil. I don't claim to understand anything about World War II other than it was all set up for global elites. Bro, like that's fundamentally, yes. And like I said, like that word Aryan, they're lying to you. Because what do Irish people call their country? Aaron. You know what I mean? And then tell a Persian, pronounce the word Aryan. Just give them the word Aryan and Aaron right next to each other. They'll pronounce the words the exact same. And isn't it a quinky dink that it comes from the Sanskrit word area, which means noble. And there's even evidence that like the Germans had they had successfully tested a nuclear bomb. You know what I mean? So you're telling me the Germans had the superior tactics. They had the superior technology. They had the superior information, and they somehow lost the war. And then they just like basically done a kamikaze mission straight into fucking into Russia. Are you fucking shitting me? I do not believe that whatsoever. You know what I mean? If I remember correctly, rainbows are a symbol of God with his promise to not flood the world again, and the gays destroyed the sin with their inversion. Yeah, that's why do the whole leprechaun. I'm taking the rainbow back. These fuckers aren't going to get away with this shit anymore. They're not taking our shit anymore. Are we getting into the Hollow Earth secret, boy? Bird diary shit? No, that wasn't from his diary. That was from an interview that he had in South America. Because if you look at the globe, which not a lot of people have done, if you look at the globe, you'll see that like Antarctica is like basically like really fucking close to the southernmost tip of South America. So, like, after they were in Antarctica, he gave an interview to a Spanish dude, and it's because of the translation of the words. He said, like, a lot of people confuse it where it's like, oh, they think that there's a way to go from the South Pole into the North Pole. That's not what he was talking about. What he's talking about, we have to be prepared for warfare against aircraft that can traverse pole to pole. Meaning that, like, the aircraft is so sophisticated, it can literally not only fly over these cold, windy conditions, but it can just keep continuously flying. You know what I mean? So whatever he encountered down there was sophisticated aircraft technologies. Meaning, you know what I mean? That like this whole thing of like why the Nazis were so interested in going down south, because they built a base there. Think about Age of Empires. You're slowly losing your empire in the game, right? What are you going to do as an insurance plan? Just in case your home base gets destroyed. You're going to fly off or you're going to sail off into the corner of the map, set up a home base there. The motherfucker will never find you, and you can slowly start filtering back into the map, and then get the comeback victory, as they say. You know what I mean? You know? And again, massive shout out to Kronos. Thank you very kindly for the $10. Says, let's play brought to you by Slappa304 Inc. Lol, as if it really existed. Hey, slap a hoe. But maybe we might get working on that. Because like I said, I do a lot of my, I like to leave a lot of the editing work Sundays. But problem that I found with that actually is that I need to make sure that I'm not leaving too much for the Sundays. So maybe I have to get like Saturdays involved in that as well. And again, massive shout out to the donation. I love history and fuck about things. World War II Germans were hunting for oil and hope for it in any kind. But like, why would they all of a sudden? You know what I mean? Like they're engaged in a war, and now they're simultaneously going to start putting expeditions down in Antarctica and all this kind of shit. It just makes no sense. Like they were able to do that, and somehow they lost the war. You know what I mean? Ain't no way. You know what I mean? Like the more and more you look into World War II, you're just like, they're goddamn lying to us. You know what I mean? It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. But like, this is why I can never run for office or can never do any of this like serious political shit. Because I literally like they be giving their speeches and I just be laughing in their face. They tell me to stop laughing. I'm like, stop lying then. You know, you know what I mean? I wish the Jews didn't ruin World War II history. But like, that's the thing. That's what we need to like, because we were at least able to ask the question, what's a true Christian? Are Protestants actually Christians? Are they trans Christians, like you were saying, Zach? Like when we say Jew, like, are we talking about an Orthodox Jew? Or are we talking about one of these trans Jews? Like even in like wide Jewish societies, like you don't have to believe in God to be considered a Jew, which is antithetical. One could argue. You know what I mean? I don't trust almost. One sec. I don't trust almost any history because they lied about Civil War, World War II. Bro, they lied about so much. History is written by the victors. You know what I mean? Like I said, when you start like seeing the evidence that, oh shit, they had this, they had that. Vietnam, Afghanistan. You know what I mean? Iraq. Do we need to keep naming them? Chrono says, whale blubber made into oil to prop up their civvy efforts, which was fuck about pretending to help. Bro, there's no way that they were like, oh, we're going down to Antarctica for whale blubber. Do you know what I mean? Because they built bases down there, and then Admiral Byrd. You know what I mean? If they were just hunting whales, how the fuck does Admiral Byrd's story make any sense? It doesn't. The only way Admiral Byrd's story makes sense is if, stay with me, chat, is as if the Nazis were still down there after the war. Meaning the Allies didn't win the war. And then when you look at the fact that the Democrats are the socialists and the Republicans are the nationalists, that would one could point in the direction that, hang on a second here, if we only have nationalist candidates and socialist candidates, are we not national socialists? Then all of a sudden everyone gets uncomfortable, and then Terrak gets banned off YouTube. Zach says Civil War wasn't over slaves, lol, but rather the South was going to leave regardless of slave policy. Lincoln didn't free the slaves because he cared. It was a political move. Exactly, man. But then it gets backtracked and justified and all sorts of shenanigans. You know what I mean? And like that's where I'm kind of like, I like it's just a weird one. That's the only way I can kind of describe it. It's a weird one where it's like we can kind of like get up in arms and say enough is enough. Fuck the like we're no longer doing the National Socialism thing and all that stuff, and we burn the system down, only for there to be Islamic communism waiting at the door. So we're in what they call a tough pickle, you know. It is what it is. What's the hate on Jews? No, what I'm saying is like, okay, what is the like? What actually is a Jew? You know what I mean? We even have the clip. We have the clip for you. If I can fucking find it. Where is it? Yeah.
First of all, the fuck is a Jew? Is this the nigga in Israel? No.
You know what I mean? Like, what is a Jew? You know what I mean? And like the same way that you have the Angelicals that seem to get really pissed off, but or like the so-and-so Christians, as they're locally called, they get really pissed off at the Orthodox Christians. I always wonder why. You know what I mean? Just something I've noticed in this back and forth, you know? More of a hate of Israel, not the group of yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like I don't think like anybody like has like anything egregious to say in terms of like the Torah. You know what I mean? It's all this extra shit like was it like rabbinic Judaism or some shit like that. It got like reformed or something like that. Because again, like half the Bible, you know? But like are they actually Jews or are they trans Jew? You know? I buy into bird theory. Something is weird in the polls, but I just laugh at the pretend it's nothing stories. No, Kronos, you've been misinformed. 1 sec. Let me get Grok to dig this up. Give me the link to the article of Admiral Byrd talking about poll to poll. 1 sec, just getting Grok to dig out the links because it'll take me an age to dig this out because it's historical thing. You have to go to the right website, all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? You know what I mean, man? And first of all, we're just going to scope out where are the patrols. Give it an extra second, do you know what I mean? We'll catch up in the chat as well. Lincoln never saved the slaves. Shit was done easily a year after. Dude was buried a year before. They were considered different. But I mean, like that's what I'm saying. When you look back and just kind of say, I don't know. Maybe Honest Abe wasn't quite so honest. You know what I mean? What about that? What about that? So I think if I just like drop down and tank this dude right on the spot, we should be Gucci. Let me switch to this and then this. Pop all this shit. Boom, boom, boom. And one of these. That, bada bang, bada boom. And we're back onto Seal of Wisdom. And we're sitting pretty. We are sitting pretty. But yeah, let me get this grok. Yeah. What the fuck? Flugelrads. Capable of traveling vast distances, often interpreted in conspiracy things. Okay, that's not what I'm talking about. Really wish I had a potion right now. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. There we go. Give ourselves a couple of flash of lights into a big holy light. And we're surviving. Staying alive. You have time for a second holy light? We got there. We got there, ladies and gentlemen. I'm saying, like, very awkward and finicky when you have like these mobs trying to come in here and F everything up. And he's doing drain life. Oh my god, man. I think we're brown bread. I think we're brown bread here, folks. We're still somehow still alive. I've got nothing left. Please be a crit. Please be a crit. Nope. Didn't get a crit. How are we still alive? Because we're a paladin, baby. I think we could be finished. Or maybe not. Or maybe not. I have nothing left though. So I just have to hope we don't get too much spell pushback. Give me a crit, please. No crits on the holy lights. Unbelievable, Jeff. Unbelievable, Jeff. This one has to be a crit. Please. Oh my god, never lucky. I think I used up all my lucky charms. Come on. Come on. Wait, first half? Oh my. Oh my lord. Well, let me catch up on the chat. I buy into the bird theory. One sec, because I got the wrong thing. Interview Spanish in South America. Give me the translation of that interview. Because this is actually interesting stuff that like we're talking about here with Admiral Byrd and all that stuff. Lincoln never sold slaves. Dude was buried a year before. Yep. Sorry, I was taking the piss. You got my misinformed bit. What I get wrong? I know I'm wrong about a lot, but can I get a repeat without rewinding the stream? Fuck's sake, if I could spell. Yeah, no, we're like I said, I need to pull up on Grok first because I need to show you. Like, I need to show you the article because I can show you. It's like it was literally written in Spanish, and like the confusion is, ironically, the translation, like what way he's translating the phrase. You know what I mean? The meaning of what he's talking about. I think this is the link, is it? Cronus jealous, I'm quitting and on the patches, going well, but I have my moments. Hobbies like my new streams is distracting and helping. That said, light one for me, brother. What can I say, man? What can I say? But like, would you not vape? You know what I mean? Because like to me, like I noticed that it's not even like a nicotine thing. It's just like I like smoking. You know what I mean? Which sounds fucked up. I'll burn an extra one for those quitting my lungs. My man. Chrono shouting out the homies. Vapes are robot cocks. Let's what? So you rather smoke a plant cock than a robot cock? Is that what we're doing? Ah, bro, they took it down. What? Well, I can pull the text from it anyway. It basically says Admiral Richard E. Byrd warned today that the United States should adopt measures of protection against the possibility of an invasion of the country by hostile planes coming from polar regions. The Admiral explained that he was not trying to scare anyone, but the cruel reality is that in case of a new war, the United States could be attacked by planes flying over one or both poles. Right? And because of the Spanish, wait, Kronos, are you back? Let me know when. Actually, Kronos, let me know when you're back, and we'll get into it. Yes, I'll burn another bean to get high rather than supplement fake shit from a pharmacy. Fair point. Fair point. But yeah, like this is what I'm saying, Kronos. Let me know when you're back. We can go over because like that's the key thing. You know what I mean? We're going to detonate teleporter. What the fuck? What the? Oh, it's on cooldown. Nice. I was about to go, but I haven't yet. Okay, yeah. So basically, like what he's saying in the interview is that like the United States needs to be prepared from like air travel from both poles, right? And what people thought he meant was that it's like, oh shit, there's a way that they can travel from pole to pole. Like there's some underground thing that they can fly on or all this kind of shit. That's the misinformation. Like basically what he's talking about is that like he encountered aircraft that had no issue in flying into the poles. Which at that time, like aircraft would struggle because of how windy it was and the things and stuff. But the ones that he encountered, apparently. Detonate teleporter. Okay, we doing it. We need to get the fuck out of here. GTFO, baby. Booyah! That's what I love about being a pilot, baby. What I love about... Oh, shit. They're coming! The Germans are coming! Okay, right. We should be Gucci now. Okay. But Cronus, you get what I'm saying? Yeah, ADM, Bird was informing on polar assaults, not aliens, and I love how crazy shit people get. Thank you. But like, that's what I'm saying, man. Do you know what I mean? Like, this is why you got to be able to, like, when people start saying crazy shit, like, oh, it's the UFOs and all this kind of shit. Listen to what they're saying. Yeah, because like they could give you clues on, like, think of like Sherlock Holmes. Like that's the only kind of like, because I know whatchamacallit, Zach was saying earlier on that it's like, oh, like, why don't you do orthodoxy and stuff? It's like, because like the only real thing that I can commit myself to is like that Sherlock Holmes mentality where there is only reason. You know what I mean? Like, that's the only thing we can rely on in this world is reason, and reason alone. And when you look at like Sherlock Holmes' philosophy, it's like, you tell me all this crazy shit, I'll eliminate all the impossible shit, and I'll tell you whatever remains, although highly improbable, must be the truth because you've eliminated all the impossible. Conspiracy lore is hilarious. Oh man, 100%. You know what I mean? But then, like, we say that, Kronos, and then this whole thing of like turning the friggin' frogs gay. They were turning the frogs trans. They weren't turning them gay, but they're turning them trans. And then the whole like Pizzagate shit, that was actually 100% true. You know what I mean? So it's like, you kind of want to listen to these quote unquote whack jobs. And I'm not saying take everything they're saying as truth. What I'm saying is listen to what they're saying and then extract from that probabilities. I have a lortism. History is great and funny when it shits on retards trying to argue. True that. True that. My favorite one, Kronos, is like anytime you get like one of these lefties that are like, oh my god, Nazis, all that kind of shit. Or they're just talking about World War II or why the Nazis are bad and all that stuff. Just ask them, okay, if Nazi Germany was the Third Reich, what was the First Reich? And just watch their brain melt because they don't know. So if you can't even tell me what the Reich system was that Hitler was talking about, Why the fuck should I listen to you about anything else? You know what I mean? Another dollar in the Alex Jones right, Jerry. Yep. You know what I mean? Like the stuff that you're saying where they're like doing like hybrid animals, so like they're combining like spiders and goat DNA, so then the goat's milk produces like this like bulletproof, like you it basically like produces like a silk from the milk, and it's basically like bulletproof, but it's like ultra thin, ultra light, and all this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Bada bing. I suppose to group up with this dude for the next ones. If he's around or if he's up for it. And then we need to do the same thing over here. 2, 1. Come on. Let me use it. There we go. Bada boom. We're actually flying through these quests. Derek, you can't have epistemology, purpose, ethics, or grounded metaphysics without God. Therefore, a reason from your point of view is subjective and not grounded. Yeah, but I'm not saying there's no God. I'm saying there is God. I'm saying the only thing that makes sense for motion is there for there to be a higher purpose or God. But like, I would even argue that Sherlock Holmes, at least the way he was written classically, would hold that same view. Do you know what I mean? That's why he worships, reason, because reason is God. You know what I mean? But you can't justify God. What you mean? Like, what causes the atoms to spin? Like when I said with the simulation, like, how can you have a simulation without a computer? You know what I mean? You don't have proper reference to the reference since you deny orthodoxy is official. Yeah, but you could, like, that's like the Buddhist saying, it's like, well, you do the same thing to what we view it as, or the Neoplatonists do the same thing. It's like, oh, you do the same thing as us. They can make the same claim based on that. Do you know what I mean? Like a Muslim could say, you don't have proper reference because you're talking about God and not Allah. You know what I'm saying? Don't get me wrong, like it's a good rhetorical move to throw at people, like especially in debates and all this stuff. But in terms of like actually digging down to like this thing, that the one undeniable fact that I would like argue all day long, all day night, is that there has to be a higher power. There has to be a computer to the simulation. There has to, like, what causes the atoms to spin? What causes all this motion? You know what I mean? Because motion is change, and motion, more importantly, is empirical. You know what I mean? So, like, these whole materialists and all this kind of shit that want you to prove God with, like, physical evidence, that's your physical evidence right there. But, Boyo or Bucko or Buckaroo or whatever. How is motion possible? How is time possible? You know what I mean? You only have access to a monogod is provable, but not the Trinity. That's where you don't have a proper reference. I'm not sure what you mean. Like, you're just saying you don't have a proper reference, but like, in terms of like my argument of motion, like this is like Aristotle had a very similar. I wouldn't say it's the same argument necessarily, but the first mover or the unmoved mover. You know what I mean? Like there's all these motions things. Ironic Aristotle to Plato to Heraclitus. It's beautiful. Really, like once you start like reading the ancient Greeks and all that stuff, you're just like, bro, this is so fucking beautiful. You know what I mean? Not a proper reference to the truth reference. But you're saying it's like not a proper reference. Like I'm literally just making the argument. How do you explain motion? Like and again, like I'm doing this from like a complete like secularist point of view. Like if you're trying to come to an atheist saying that it's like, oh, like I need to prove the Trinity to them. Like that's not going to be a cohesive argument because they'll just say, oh, spaghetti monster, blah 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 blah. You know what I mean? Completely bastardize it. But if you come to them with the question saying, how would you explain all the motion? Or if you go to the whole like simulation theorists and all this kind of stuff, like Elon Musk would be a good example of the simulation theorists. Like, well, Elon, if there's a simulation, there must be a computer, correct? And you'd say yes. So if life is a simulation, what is the computer? Sounds a lot like that thing they call God. You know? Monogoddess and Trinity. Yeah, the whole 1, 3, 3, 1. You can only have access to a provable monogod. You can't explain the Trinity without orthodoxy. We don't have access to absolute truth. Like truth in its entirety, yes. But in terms of like, can we ascertain truths? You know what I mean? Most certainly. You know what I mean? Like that's what I'm saying. Like I'm coming at it from the whole point of view of like, I want to destroy atheism. Like if you were to say, Teriak, what's the one debate prompt you want most is atheism is dead. I'm going to take their hero Nietzsche and expose the lies that they even talk about with Nietzsche. Let me fucking tell you, Nietzsche was not no fucking Nietzsche was not an atheist. And I can prove this. You know what I mean? How do you get a reference if the reference doesn't exist? No, I'm pointing to motion. Like, deal with my motion argument, Zach. Like, what is inherently wrong with the motion argument? And bear in mind, it is like an extension, or it's pre-extension. Because technically it was Heraclitus that first done it, but basically like the Aristotle's first mover. You know what I mean? Or the unmoved mover. And welcome in, Shiva, welcome in. How's things? Pull up a chair, get comfy. Give me the layout of the motion argument. Do you not know Aristotle's unmoved mover argument? Like we basically have all this motion in that takes place, all this change that takes place, or as Heraclitus would say, the flux, right? Like we cannot deny that everything in existence is in motion. Even like a rock. You know what I mean? The atoms are still spinning. You know what I mean? Like literally everything is in motion, and things that don't seem to be in motion are technically in motion or changing. They're just extremely slow. You know what I mean? And even the scientists, like with their whole what about before the Big Bang? There was nothing apparently and all this kind of shit. It's like, no, there were still things, and those things were still in motion. There were still fluctuations. You know what I mean? And once we have that, well, then what causes that? What is the power source to that? If there is motion, there needs to be power. Ergo, what is the power source? Seems like a higher power. And I've heard described as a fourth dimensional being acting in a three dimensional, all this kind of crazy shit to just avoid saying the word God. You know what I mean? I haven't taken philosophy in over a decade. Bro, get yourself some Heraclitus. Some Plato. Like Aristotle, definitely. Like, but if you're a Christian that's done anything in Orthodox, you'd know about Aristotle. You know what I mean? Just because you observe motion doesn't mean it's truth. No, but what I'm saying is motion is an observable, objective phenomenon. And from that objective phenomenon, we then have to ask the question, what causes the motion? Because motion comes from, there's some sort of power source to this motion. You know what I mean? Like if I don't plug my computer in, it's not gonna work. You know what I mean? You have to be able to you have to be able to justify metaphysics to be able to make proper observations. So like this is the whole thing of like, in order to talk about physics, you have to justify physics. No, sorry, it's not even that. Like to talk about, let's say, gravity, you have to justify physics. Like this is like what's used as like a rhetorical weapon. Like a lot of people see, this is the thing. I don't want to talk about this because I don't want to give ammo to other people. You know what I mean? But look up Heraclitus's or just look up Aristotle's unmoved mover. You know what I mean? Otherwise it's an prediction. No, it's a fact. Like motion is an objective phenomenon. Inductive reasoning isn't solid enough. This is deductive reasoning. Your argument presupposes, like this is all. That's what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. I don't want to engage this because this technically gives ammunition to the people that argue against Andrew Wilson, all this kind of shit, and I don't want to give the counters. You know what I mean? How do you know it's observable without grounding of metaphysics? Like, do you need to ground metaphysics to make the claim that you got slapped when someone motioned their hand and slapped you across the face? Like, think about it from that avenue. Like, this is what's called like a rhetorical weapon, where it's like you basically front load everything onto your opponent and say you need to explain everything, and if you can't explain everything, then I'm just going to make the claim that you're not even worthy to debate me. And again, like I said, it's nice rhetoric and it works a lot of the time, but you're not digging down to the truth. You're not engaging in the motion argument. You know what I mean? Because like you're basically ignoring the argument, saying, "Oh, that presupposes metaphysics." Well, technically, everything presupposes metaphysics. You know what I mean? An unjustified belief can't justify a belief. Yeah, but what's unjustified? You do have to justify metaphysics to be able to make observations. Otherwise, it's prediction based in inductive reasoning. Okay, can you make the claim that you got slapped in the face? Sorry. Do you have to justify metaphysics in order to make the claim that you got slapped in the face? You see where we're going? What determines facts? That's an assertion. So it's literally not, because motion is undeniable. If you're to deny, say, oh no, like motion is just an illusion, Teriak. Okay, how are you able to say that without motion? If there is no motion, if there is no time or flux, how are you able to even speak? We would just be frozen in time. You know what I mean? Nothing would move. There would be no motion. What the fuck did I come back to? Yeah, no, but like that's what I'm saying. Like it's I'm not like, gonna have to make sure that like this is clarified. I'm not saying that like that's a wrong question to ask or whatever. What I'm saying is it's used as a rhetorical tool to basically not deal with the opponent's argument. You know what I mean? And when you look at like the argument of motion, it proves empirically the existence of a higher power, what Christians call God. You know what I mean? Like that's the argument. And like I said, in terms of the specifics, the fact that like motion is an observable fact, that's premise one. Sorry, motion is an objective phenomenon, an objective observable phenomenon. That is a fact. That's premise one. Premise two, in order for there to be motion, there must be a power source. There must be a cause. Ergo, what causes all motion? I'm gonna die! I'm gonna die! Oh, God. Yeah, we're gonna be... is the graveyard a long walk away? Oh my God! I have to walk all the way around here, across the bridge, and home. It is what it is, folks. It is what it is. Yes, you do. So you have to justify metaphysics in order to make the claim that you got slapped in the face when you just got slapped in the face. See how ridiculous we're being. You can only inductively make conclusions without metaphysical grounding because you have to assume you gathered a truth that is static before you would test it. Okay, so if you did not know... Yeah, so like how would you arrive at orthodoxy before knowing truth? Because the only way to know truth is to have orthodoxy. So how did you come to that conclusion? What were you weighing it against? The allegory in the cave proves inductive reasoning. It's great. Like, this is what I'm saying. Like they start like... It's like, yes, I like the allegory in the cave, but like, no, I don't like the noble lie. What? This is what I'm saying. Poor Plato. Poor Plato. What the Mormonish fuck about make you believe your point is invalid kind of shit tricks are we getting on? Yeah, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, you have to justify metaphysics. You know what I mean? Like, don't get me wrong, like I love when like Andrew Wilson, J Dart, like they use it and like everybody's like going mad, like going wild and chat. It's like, oh my God, like hooting and hollering and all this kind of shit. Because it is a key thing, because like these lefties need to justify their metaphysics. But I'm saying to you, Zach, that it's like I'm saying that there is a higher power. And you're saying, no, you have to prove that there, like you have to prove metaphysics in order to prove that it's a higher power. You know what I mean? So it's like, I'm agreeing with your points, but you're still not accepting it because you want like a justification for metaphysics, and you'll only accept an orthodox justification for metaphysics. You're not like I'm trying to do this the best way possible. You know what I mean? Without, like I said, thing. Make a truth claim, yes. So wait a sec, because we're going kind of like back and forth, and there's a lot of things. Zach, yes or no, right? Do you have to justify metaphysics to claim that you've been slapped? Because like I'm basically caught up. Not to claim to make a truth claim. But making a claim that you were slapped is a truth claim. And bear in mind, like the whole motion thing, like that points to the higher power. That points to like some sort of law, or because then the Buddhists, I think, will come along. No, not the Buddhists. Is it the Hindus? Man, I get all the Eastern shit mixed up. But basically, then like people come along and say it's like, yeah, Teriak, motion is objective and observable, but there's no rules to it. It's all chaos. It's all unordered. You know what I mean? And then to that I say, well, we have solar systems. How can you say that they don't follow patterns? You know what I mean? Then you have the whole back and forth where it's basically like Heraclitus described the best. What he calls the logos. Like, let me sure I'm not bastardizing the Greeks. Heraclitus definition for the logos. The word, meaning itself. What is the meaning of meaning? And is it meaningful? Without metaphysics, you can't determine truth. Yeah, so are you telling me, like, if some bitch gets slapped, and, like, you telling me that as she goes up to you, is like, this dude just fucking slapped the shit out of me. And would you, like, honestly be saying, well, darling, you need to first justify metaphysics before you can make that claim? Or do you not think that we do a bit of investigation? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I'm not saying if you can't justify metaphysics, you're inherently wrong. You know, but what I'm saying is you're using that to avoid emotion arguments that I'm presenting. You're just saying, well, like your worldview can't justify metaphysics. But like the argument itself is not trying to justify. It's not trying to justify metaphysics or whatever. It's like it's like I said, it's one of the rhetorical tools where it's like, well, you got to justify metaphysics to make like any claims. Which again, like in debates and all this kind of stuff, it's cool to watch all this kind of shit. When you're kind of digging down for the truth, like all you're really doing is just avoiding the fact that, like, in terms of like proving God, like that motion argument is an empirical argument to prove God that Christians should be able to use, because this is what Aristotle himself was using, and the church fathers love Aristotle. You know what I mean? And like this to me is another thing of like where like I can't really commit to either orthodoxy or Protestantism, because like I do a thing where I make Christian arguments in a non-Christian way, and Christians will disagree with me. You know what I mean? Like, one could say, Zach, that I just gave you the Aristotle argument and you denied it as a Christian. You know what I mean? And one thing I want, like the only way for me to point this out is if I'm Loki, is if I'm the outsider, is if I'm a frost giant who's chilling with the Asgardians. But again, nobody knows the fucking ancient mythology, so they don't even know what I'm saying when I say that. That's the most frustrating thing for me. Is because I'm able to say it a certain way, and it makes so much sense to me when I say it that way, but then that is what it is. Oh my god. I forgot to use the item again. I was wondering why I wasn't getting the quest done. But rather you're using an unjustified belief justifying your worldview. What is the unjustified belief? So you can get slapped and be correct, but without the grounding of knowledge and truth claim means nothing. Yeah, so like is okay? Like, we'll stick with this question first. So, are you saying like what is my unjustified belief? And it's something I really want to say, but I'm not saying it on purpose. Metaphysics are your unjustified belief. I never brought metaphysics into my argument. And that's what I'm saying. Like the only reason you're saying that is like your unjustified belief justifying your worldview is like that's something you've heard like repeated against atheists and all this kind of shit. And then you're trying to use that against me, even though I'm giving you Aristotle's argument and you're saying that it's unjustified. It doesn't make like that's what I'm saying. Like the only way I'm able to do that is if I'm not a Christian and you view me as the enemy, so then I can point out that technically you're demonizing when you shouldn't be demonizing. You should be saying, yeah, that's true. The counter to me, if you really want the counter to me, is literally 2 words. And then, you know what I mean? And you just keep saying, and then eventually you get down there. You know what I mean? So you can get, and then like to deal with this one as well. So you can get slapped and be correct, but without the grounding of knowledge and truth, claim means nothing. Okay, so then the question here, Zach, is if a woman comes up to you and claims that she was slapped, are you going to ask her to justify her metaphysics for that claim? You know what I mean? Ah, Belinda! Welcome in, Belinda. Long time no see. Hope you're having a good one. We were doing the heroics, and let me tell you, Belinda, we were getting absolutely slapped around the place. But we finally got our Libram, our little holy book over here, which gives us the block rating that we need, like 5% of it, or something crazy like that. So now we're just grinding gold, as a leprechaun should be doing. You know what I mean? You use metaphysics even to acknowledge your existence or aughts in general. Yeah, but you do you know what I mean? Like, do you think it would be fair, Zach? Here's probably the best question to ask. Do you think it would be fair for us to have a conversation and then you give an argument and then me saying, well, you're presupposing English. You now have to justify English in your argument. Do you think that would be a fair thing or a fair route to go down? If you're truly pursuing truth. I mean, not just trying to win a debate, but you're trying to pursue the truth. Do you think that that's like you get what I'm saying? I don't know any other way to highlight what I'm trying to point out, you know? Metaphysics are your unjustified belief. Do you know what I mean? But the Muslim can say the same thing to you. Your metaphysics are unjustified because you're grounding it in a false god. See how that works? Rona says, in my opinion, dude is on the Kool-Aid and trying to hand it out to others, classified ignore, but that's me. Hey, it is what it is. But like that's what I'm saying. I've no issue like engaging with this. I love engaging with the Orthodox with this. You know what I mean? And the Protestants and the Catholics. Muslims can go fuck themselves. I'm not gonna lie, unless it's like that weird, and it like this is like literally like a very small percentage of like people who call themselves Muslim. It's like this weird kind of like mix of Buddhism and Islam, which, like I said, I'd rather them be like that if they are to be Muslim. But like I said, I think we're getting kind of like we're going off on tangents, as they say. Sorry, if you can't ground knowledge and and purpose, then why ought we listen? Okay, so how did you ground your purpose before you became an Orthodox Christian? How did you ground your purpose and knowledge? before you heard the arguments of the church fathers or the thing like where like when Aristotle was making his unmoved mover argument, like did he first justify metaphysics? Like just in the argumentation. Oh, it's in here. I have no clue what I'm doing here. Wait, do I have to? One sec. Let's get back to the chat because it's chat and chill. We can focus on the question a bit. If you can't ground knowledge and purpose, then why ought we listen? Yeah, but you not see what you're doing here, Zach. Like this. Oh, you have to now ground knowledge. You now have to justify purpose. You now have to justify this. You have to justify that. You have to justify this, and this. You not see what's happening? What's going on? What's going on with that? You presuppose language, time, space, not etc. to even start any conversation, observation. Yeah, this is the script. What I call the script. This is common and okay, but in order to know truth, its framework, you need to justify our belief. This is how you seek ontology of truth. But like, how do you justify it? Before you were an Orthodox Christian, how were you able to justify the Orthodox arguments? Because bear in mind, they're going to say we ground it in God, but how can you ground that argument of grounding it in God? Oh shit, there's way more chat. Fuck, I thought that was the end. This is how you seek ontology of the truth. Yeah, but how did you ground the argument that Orthodox make where they ground truth in God? How would you ground that grounding before you became Orthodox? This is theology, Kronos. This is theology. Is it fair you off? Well, philosophy technically. Is it fair if you off follow your train of thought? Then yes. To be fair, we'll discord this conversation now. Proper. I couldn't. I thought I could ground with truth, but I was wrong. No, but how do they ground their grounding in God? You have to know truth first, correct? Yeah, I know this is tag. Like that's what I'm saying. Is like this is the script, and like I'm like I'm well aware. Like I've watched the Jay Dyer video multiple times on it. You know what I mean? Wait one sec. Doesn't mean I don't understand any truth, but I couldn't ground it. Yes, but where's the justification for grounding it in God? That's what I'm saying. Like before, like the claim is you cannot know truth unless you're an Orthodox Christian. That's what you were just saying. You cannot even, if you cannot ground knowledge, all this kind of shit. You cannot like do this shit, and you can only do this shit apparently if you're Orthodox Christian. Then how were you able to recognize that they were making a true argument? You would have had to understand truth, correct? We all presuppose the world without grounding it first. The mistake is saying that way. Yeah, but again, Zach, what I'm saying is like where you're doing the whole grounding thing. It's like, oh, you have to ground metaphysics, you have to ground knowledge, you have to ground purpose, you have to ground meaning, you have to ground. Like you're saying, I have to justify all this shit before you'll even deal with my argument. That's disingenuous. Chrono says Islam is generally pedo bait and cooked Bible thoughts, turning angel into torturers. Yep. And like that's said. Like, just read the opening part where it's talking about Allah and Iblis, and that's why you'll notice that no Muslim will debate me, because like even if I'm able to do it where they don't know that I'm not Christian, because as soon as they find out I'm not Christian or whatever, they refuse to engage. But if like even if I go down that lines and I give them like that question, why like and if you notice like Menard does the same thing where I say, is Iblis should we bow to Allah or should we bow to man? And he'll say we have to bow to Allah. We never bow to man. I said, okay, based. So then why did Allah tell Iblis to bow to man? And you literally, they have no response to it. You know what I mean? Tag argument justified your belief after you're narrowed down to the impossibility of contrary. Okay, so doing the impossibility to the contrary is a way to ground truth. Correct? Which again is what I was talking about with Sherlock Holmes. Eliminate the impossible and whatever remains, however improbable, is the truth. And like this is what I'm saying, like Zach, you agree with me, but you done the whole like script thing that like I'm not even gonna mention like that whole thing, but you done the whole script thing, and that's why I say it's like this is why I can't call myself Christian. Because I will give a Christian argument and Christians will disagree with it. But if my name was Aristotle, they would agree with it. You see what I'm saying? And that's why I have a problem with. Grounded in because reasons which doesn't make sense, and I say that as agnostic. I'm not sure like who you're talking to here, Vintage, but welcome in, sir. And we got Kronos for the $20 says, I gotta keep the fuckery going, ignore me, but seriously, I'm hurt laughing at this shit. Hey, it is what it is. Zach says, I'm not saying we can't have a conversation, but why odd I follow or agree to something you say if you can't ground the truth is... Wait, okay, here, this might be the solution, okay? I'm never saying follow me. I'm not saying you have to agree with everything I'm saying. I'm throwing out an argument, and based on logic, it can either be sound or it can be... it can be sound, it can be valid, or it could be the inverse of them. You know what I mean? Like this whole thing of like, you need to now ground metaphysics and ground this and ground that and justify this and justify that, and you have to explain what meaning is, what is the meaning of meaning, like all this kind of stuff. It's like, these are all ways to, I'm not even going to say it. It's the script thing. That's all I can say is it's a script thing. If you ground truth, it supports claims you make. Yeah, but how is the grounding of truth justified? And then you say, well, the impossibility to the contrary. Oh, well, me too. Me too. You know what I mean? Muhammad married a what? A what? Let's say we got it. We got it, boys.
Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar!
Shit, wrong one.
Durka, Muhammad Jihad.
Wrong one.
Yeah, get the rocks. Get the rocks. Yep.
Rocks, Abdul, get the rocks. Manar is disingenuous on a good day, just... On a good day, he's disingenuous. On a bad day, oh shit, you don't want to know. You don't want to know. She was 9 years old! Did anyone see that video? Do you guys see that video of the British dude? Walk straight into a Muslim, a fucking whole crowd of Muslims. And everybody's like, she was 9 years old! And like, all of a sudden they just like fucking swarm him. And then the police are like fucking like, well, the police swarm him first and the Muslims are behind him and they're like dragging him out because they were about to fucking kill the cunt. You know what I mean? But it's like, that's what your book says. You know what I mean? Well, technically that's what your hadith says. Vinci says, Zach, get on the StreamYard and hash it out, brother. Amen. Yes, God is the source. Yeah, but how would you ground that? And you're going to say impossibility to the contrary, and I'm going to say, me too. Now, what or whom God is, oh, wait, no. Who God is a different question. Like, my main thing is to get atheists to that point where they say, yeah, it's actually impossible to the contrary. And that's what I'm saying. It's like, if I could commit myself to anything, it would be that Sherlock Holmes mentality. Boys, I don't know how to do this quest. One sec. And I need to eat. Oh my god. Where are we at the super chat call? The goal ended. Fy favore. Actually, we went over 20 minutes. Oh my god. Right. 1 sec. Let's see who's live first. I do need to eat for realsies. No one's live. It is what it is, folks. It is what it is. But anyways, I appreciate you stopping by. Like, again, I really enjoyed the conversation, Zach. Yeah, unfortunately, if I get on StreamYard, there's a good chance I echo because I don't have a proper mic. Yeah, no, don't worry about that. That's why with the chat and chill, like, I make an effort to make sure I'm like trying to read every single chat comment. You know what I mean? So we can have these back and forth. And again, like I said, sometimes it gets confusing because I get bogged down in chat, and then I'm kind of asking a question to someone, and then like they'll say like another 2 comments, and I'll ask another 2 questions, and then it kind of gets a bit caught in the weeds and all this kind of shit. But like that's my whole thing, where it's like I'm not an atheist. You know what I mean? You know. Otherwise, you're right, vintage. Would I say 100%? Iron sharpens iron, boys. Zach says, by the way, I appreciate you being good faith and trying to work with me. No, 100%. But like that's what I'm saying. Where it's like, I'm not a Christian. I'm not an atheist. And like my whole thing is that like I'm just like kind of tunnel visioned on the atheists to be like, how dare you do all this shit against the Christians and then support the fucking Muslims? It makes no sense, you know. But chat, I do need to eat. I do need to eat. But I appreciate you all. Like I said, oh my daily goal 126. Shout out to you all, absolute legends. Appreciate you all. Grona says, Teriak, welcome to the dark. Join the dark side. But Andrew Wilson's always the dark, is also the dark side as well, apparently. You know what I mean? Smoking Man bad, apparently. You know what I mean? So, like, in terms of the whole thing is like I'm like, no matter, I don't know what to call myself, okay? But apparently I'm on, you know, the same side, the same thing that like the Orthodox or the Christians in general are fighting for. Like that's what I'm fighting for as well. You know what I mean? Kind of like a non-denominational Christian. Yeah, I think Andrew, I forget the interview. I'm pretty sure this wasn't. It actually might have been the Joe Rogan. If I'm wrong about it, I'm wrong about it, right? But he's basically saying that it's like the nominal Christians. You know what I mean? And yeah, like that's what people are saying. It's like you're on the path of truth. And like I said, that's my main focus. That I basically kind of simplified it down and saying if I just pursue truth, I can't go wrong. You know? You can't go wrong. And like the best way to describe that is that analogy of the debate. If you're going in for the truth, you're never going to lose. You know? But like I said, I love yous and leave yous. Thank you very kindly for all the donations today. We will be back the same time tomorrow for another, like I said, probably doing questing. We might try the heroics. We'll see how it goes. I'll see you in a bit. And as they say, this was a damn good show.
That was a damn good show. For more damn good shows, click the video over there or the link in the description box. Oh, you getting pumped up. Don't forget the red pill morons in the comment section below. This is all BS. It's all a bunch of lies for votes. Yeah.